girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their the rainbow. One night that we live tonight, let's ride till we're out of sight. So far, so they never fade down our halo. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. One moon to inspire these lines, one love to ignite our hearts, one song we'll be singing out loud. Oh, there's no stairway to the sky, but I believe it as a child. We'll fly, fly so high, no they can't make us calm down. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go.
got everything to play for here.
They definitely do, and Split Raiders, if they win this game, they will mathematically lock themselves in playoffs. Right now, it's very likely that they will make it. It's just, if they win right now, it's 100% confirmed. No more questions asked. Whereas Core Dynamic, they are currently in that 7th. 1 point behind Black Lion, and every win matters for them as we go into the picks and bans. Lee Sin taken away from Velia straight away.
Not really a surprise. Velia is a really aggressive jungler, and when he is in his own wheelhouse, when he's on these picks like Lee Sin, Echo, he's able to get in the face of your jungle and able to just create so many issues that you need to deal with in the game.
Actually surprising Core Dynamic commit 2 bans towards that role. Split Raiders respond with the Rek'Sai. They ban away the Kled, one of Towie's more played champions.
Not surprised to see the Kled ban because it just opens up the potential of picking Aurelia early in the draft and it being flexed because it can be flexed to mid or top. Obviously, with a new build coming in, it's very good in top currently, especially with a bulk build. So, might see some focus on that, especially with how many games Nazgul has on this champion.
And Nazgul had a really great performance on that Irelia against NSG, giving them their so far only loss of the split. Core Dynamic, they finish off their bans with Olaf, so striking Velia even more. And Split Raiders respect ban of Nunu against Varte, since Varte, the one game he got his hands on the Nunu, he was really good at snowballing, both literally and figuratively.
So there's 5 jungle bans to take into perspective here. 5. And hold on a minute. We're
That
getting
is
new
a
Wukong coming
Yep.
through. And I think Wukong is pretty absurd right now. And he even got hot fixed. He was that strong, he got hot fixed more or less straight away. They lowered his clone damage, they lowered his passive, because his passive gives him regen and it gives him armor now. So he's able to become very tanky with that, but now you need to get more stacks. But that's fine, especially when you're playing something like Conqueror. Build up them stacks with Conqueror going aside of it, you become very tanky, very hard to kill. And obviously being able to recast your ultimate twice now is really scary to think about and can just cause so much disruption in a team fight.
And I kind of wonder where exactly that Wukong is going to go. You could technically play him jungle, could be also a top laner. Maybe mid if Core Dynamic are brave enough. They are a team that picks very unconventional drafts. I guess locking in of a Syndra kind of answers the question that it's probably not going to be Wukong mid. However, Syndra as well itself could be flexed into the bottom lane by Retro Master. So Core Dynamic right now not really revealing that much even with the 2 picks.
So that's the thing. There's still potential of Wukong even going towards the mid lane. Like you said, there's Core Dynamic have everything to play for here. And then pulling out a cheese like a Wukong mid, playing Syndra bot lane with Fresh maybe, that could be a good opening to actually push in towards a different type of victory for yourself.
Could be. They go for the Thresh for Meki, so a nice playmaker support to go into that bot side. We'll see what Split Raiders respond with, because you have to believe they want to lock in either of their bot laners, but they can only lock in one, and the other role, either the AD carry or the support, is going to get banned out.
So they opt for the Leona, and I'm glad they actually picked support here and not AD carry, because they still have counter pick. They still have options on the table, and I mentioned before this game started, Kai'Sa's been popping up again, and especially with the Halo Blades build, you go AP Kai'Sa with a Mana Moon, and just Kai'Sa coming back to life again. She's very strong, and we're seeing the AD carry's been taken away, so it's just opening her more to be open, but there's still the Senna on the table unless she gets banned next.
Split Raiders, Trundle, and Ivern, so they are still targeting the jungler. They believe it's not going to be a Wukong in the jungle, which, fair enough, likely going to be the case. Misfortune of Split Raiders so far, Cassiopeia, Sejuani, Leona, that looks like a core of a team fighting composition, and Core Dynamic are going to move their bans towards the AD carries that would work well with it.
So Felios, MF, both off the table. Like I said, it kind of opens up Kai'Sa more, but you still have Senna on the table. So it's more of the game of, do you want to pick Senna or we might pick Senna? But we still don't know because Core Dynamic could have Syndra bot lane still. There's still that option.
They could do, and well, what do Split Raiders want to lock in? They have to get something. I would assume maybe the AD carry, or they go for the Irelia.
And I am a very happy guy right now.
I
I've
know
been
you
waiting
are.
to cast Aurelia, and Aurelia with Sejuani goes without saying. Everyone knows how good that combo is, how easy it is for Aurelia to instant proc Sedge stun. It's just absurd, it just makes you win any 2v2. And especially when you're going Bork, your sustain's insane, your damage is insane, this build is just insane. And Mordekaiser just reveals more in the draft now. So I'm going out on a whim here before even the last pick gets locked in. I'm saying Mordekaiser top lane, Wukong mid, Syndra fresh bot lane.
Alright, well, what is going to be the jungler then if that prediction is correct? Or maybe the jungler is already locked in. Maybe it is going to be that Wukong core dynamic. They have to show all their cards here. So actually it is going to be Syndra mid.
Oh, core dynamic. Why you gotta do me like that?
I don't know, man. Just do.
I was hoping for something more spicy from them because, like I said, they need to throw caution to the wind. They need this win. Sure, Wukong is an idea towards that, but I don't think Wukong's gonna do too much against the Sejuani.
Okay.
That is a Cassiopeia bot lane.
Cassiopeia bot lane, Zed in the mid lane, picked up by Shambles. He actually, I believe, played it last week. Split Raiders were playing against Glorious Gaming. They went for Zed in the mid lane, and Shambles actually had a good showing. And I know we talked before the game, Lucker, he isn't a mid lane main. He is someone that could be potentially abused. And what a better champion to abuse someone on than Zed?
Yeah, exactly that. And he's been a target of the past few weeks, and it looks like he's going to be a target again. And also, the Zed pick opens up a 1-3-1 from Split Raiders if they want to opt towards it, or even they can just go for a 4-1 at Aurelia grouping with a team, and Zed just off in the side lane. If he gets ahead, who's going to stop that man?
Honestly, it's going to be a question that I don't. If you're a core dynamic fan, you don't ever want to answer because there isn't that much. If Zed ever gets snowballing, and really anyone on the side of Split Raiders, if they get themselves sufficiently ahead, then Core Dynamic are going to struggle. But I feel like the same case can be made for Core Dynamic. They also have a team comp that, if ahead, they can also get snowballing fairly well.
So, Kachka, I have some information for you right now.
Okay.
Looking at our screen, Retromaster has the Syndra.
Yes.
Varus is on
Is
Looker.
This is going to be. You know
So,
what?
whether or not Varus is actually going to go mid against the Zed is the question. Or maybe they're just throwing Looker into the bot lane and Retro into the mid, because Retro might be more comfortable into the matchup with Syndra into Zed. So it might be a thing they've already been discussing and already had in mind, because it looks like they're ready for it to swap.
Yeah, and if it's going to be a Varus in the mid lane, then I don't think I need to tell anyone that Zed is going to have a field day in his lane. There is nothing that Lucker would be able to do on Varus unless he somehow manages to poke out Shambles before level 6 and then at level 6 goes for a kill, which I'm not going to lie, I don't think is super likely.
And the thing is, even if they do try snowball this Varus, if it goes mid and say Wukong cheese ganks and gets him ahead, there's nothing just stopping Sejuani just going there level 6. That's a free kill on Varus if he doesn't have cleanse. Even if he does have cleanse, that's enough for Zed just to set up his full combo onto him, and he's dead regardless. So, even if it is mid and you put your resources into it, I just don't see the value of it, especially when the enemy team just has so much what can jump on you.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of pressure on Core Dynamic to make this sort of comp work. Especially now that they are against Split Raiders, because they have drafted themselves a super solid composition with Valia on a Sejuani, so not a carry jungler, but a jungler that is really good at setting up the lanes. And if you look at the lanes, there is plenty of setup everywhere. Irelia, you mentioned that as soon as it was locked in, proccing the stun is super easy. You can camp Towie before level 6, and if Nazgul gets 30 ahead, you can probably even go there post level 6. Bot lane with the Leona, that is pretty much free setup for the Sejuani. So Split Raiders, they have got all these tools, and Core Dynamic, with their, unorthodox drafts, they will have to once again prove to us that they might work, as they have managed to do a couple of times in the past, but it wasn't always working, and you sure as hell hope that this will be one of the times where it does work.
So if you're a Core Dynamic fan, what you want to see is fresh Roman mid lane with Wukong, and then just free man in Z. That's probably your best case scenario, because then you'll be able to just refresh kills, keep killing Z. But the only problem with that, if Split Raiders already see this coming, they're just gonna hard dive onto whoever's bot lane, be it Varus or Syndra. They'll just be a free target, and they're pretty much dead.
Pretty much as also, guys, we're going to do the shameless plug. There is a tournament happening after the week 7 SQ1 Fastlane. You can sign up below if you've got nothing to do because your whole country is on lockdown. Grab some friends, have some fun. You know, it's just a bit of a sideline. We hope to have more of those coming up in the future, but there's the first one, and the link should be below the stream.
Definitely be sure to tune into that. Be an interesting time just for people to relax, you know, have fun. Just why not? Everyone's on lockdown. UK not so much yet, but
We're close.
we're close.
Anyways, it's back into the game. We are, of course, loading. And just to reiterate, Split Raiders winning here locks them into the playoffs automatically. If Core Dynamic lose both their games today and Black Lion win both their games tomorrow, Core Dynamic are mathematically locked out. But any win that Core Dynamic can get will only help them in week 7 in what will likely be a final fight against Black Lion.
Exactly, and last time Core Dynamic played against Split Raiders, the first 10 minutes they played really, really well. And it's just a point of they took a game, the Split Raiders took a game winning fight, and it pretty much turned around the game from then onwards. Let's see if Core Dynamic can further what they did last time. If they can get that 10-minute start, what they did last time, and push it even further, learn from the mistakes, and seeing how they can replicate it but better this game.
That is what you're hoping for, especially that Core Dynamics early game, it hasn't been that bad. For a team that is sitting in the 7th place with 3-7 scoreline, their early game has been pretty good, in my opinion, and yeah, the game against Split Raiders, it wasn't an exception to the rule, it was pretty much an example of it. And now they're playing them again. It would be a big win in their playoff hopes if they can snatch that one up. Of course, Split Raiders themselves, they want to get it all done, get their place, take the ticket, and then focus on the seeding as we go into the Rift for the first match of the day.
And I think as well, Nazgul was hard to Murphin last week, and the fact that he's got Aurelia for free again is kind of insane here. So he's got his Aurelia. He's probably just gonna have a field day in top lane because this matchup isn't even that bad for her. She's able to sustain really well. As soon as she gets towards her Vamp Scepter, it would just be even easier for her. And we see Cheesy Invade from Core Dynamic coming through.
Yeah, they're gonna spot out Nazgul. Where's the good flash away? Nazgul is gonna able to get away.
What's interesting here, Aurelia has started Doran's Ring here. And it's pretty much just straight up for the mana.
Oh, Core Dynamic are going for a repeat. Just actually, no, they're dropping the ward, so trying to know where Valia is going to be starting out.
They just want full control, knowing where the Sejuani starts just gives Wukong more information of how he's going to path. Wukong obviously opting towards the Conqueror, like I mentioned, it's very easy to stack. And Varus is mid lane. It is poke Varus.
At least he has the exhaust, I'm happy for that. If he didn't have it, then I think this matchup is as good as written off immediately. Now, I would give Lacker a fighting chance, but you still really gotta watch out when that level 6 comes through. Zed has the death mark, and that's where the fun stops with your Varus.
And also, you know Sejuani is starting red side. That makes you even more of a target in this mid lane, so you have to be really careful.
That is a very true as early game going pretty much just as expected. People farming their lanes, both junglers doing their clears. Nice hook connecting on the electric. Got Bonekai going to respond with the Zenith Blade, getting decent damage. Down onto Retromaster. Just a bit of trading back and forth in the bot lane, looking at the potions. It seems that Retromaster has used one and none have been used on the side of Split Raiders.
Also, there is a TP on the Syndra, whereas the Cassio has heal here. So, Syndra is able to take these trades a lot more because she's able just to get back to lane. She can just base TP back, especially with getting an item advantage. Able to push her early game a bit better here.
Yeah, however, also you gotta think about the uh, fighting power of a summoner spell. Heal in a 2 versus 2 is going to be more influential when it comes down to the scraps. So core dynamic need to consider what fights they're taking and when they're taking them, because the wrong fight could very easily lead to a 2-0 Cassiopeia, which then could be the jumping of a point for Split Raiders to initiate their snowball.
Wukong is lurking around the top lane, but not really going to find much here. Aurelia is flashless, but not really able to be punished when she's pushed in.
Yeah, and Nazgul so far doing quite well in the CS. He doesn't really need to be too careful. In the mid lane, of course, Lucker, in the first few levels, having the range advantage translates directly to a CS advantage. But of course, the big point we're looking at is in 2 to 3 minutes when level 6 is being hit.
And that's the part where you're going to just see action all over the map. A lot of these champions just literally have level 6 go buttons. So it's going to be who's pulling the trigger first and who has the setup to actually be doing this.
Ooh, Bonakai moving out, trying to secure that Scuttle Grab. See Split Raiders putting quite a lot of control over there. Scuttle Grab is actually, I believe, smited away by Vartigas. Now a fight is going to break up. Velia is the target. First blood going to be picked up by Meki. And Lacker now fighting against Bonakai. Bonakai still has got the flash, so should be about fine. Shambles sitting in that brush. He's gonna take that shadow away. Bonakai goes for the Xenoblade. Good flash away from the hook. Core Dynamic get 1 kill and nothing more.
So Sejuani had no smite there. So Wukong was just able to come across, take it. That's the whole reason why Leona came up to sort of pressure, to sort of force people away from actually stealing it. But Volte didn't care. Volte had support with Fresh moving up and able to actually get an early kill for them.
Lacker getting decent poke onto Shambles now, and the kill did go onto Meki, so arguably not the most influential player to have it on. However, it is still some early gold, so Core Dynamic shouldn't be too mad about that. Though, Luck, good flash from the Arctic Assault. Is it still enough, though? Because Permafrost comes in, Exhaust comes down, but Shambles goes for the kill. Lacker trades it back.
Perfect exhaust there actually by Looker. It was actually able to delay it for so long that even with Zed going for it, it's a trade kill. So this is so worth it for him. Despite losing both sums, Zed had to use everything for that.
And the one turret shot was already charged up by Velia, so Shambles, even though he had around 300 health, has Nazgul solo kills Towie in the top lane. I think we might get a replay how that happens soon. But yeah, that just did happen.
I told you this matchup isn't hard for Aurelia. As soon as she's just able to sustain any damage Maud does to you. And Maud's cooldowns early are longer than Aurelia's. So Aurelia's able to just Q farm till she gets a passive, get your passive kill in it, and then just trade.
Alright,
So
let's see how that
replay.
happened.
Just
So-
easy stun onto Maud, able to run him down, fully stacked passive. So Maud can just pretty much do nothing here, and you know it's just pretty much lights out.
Yeah, Nazgul knows the champion well, knows the limitations of his opponent, gets a kill. Now that's a 10 CS advantage for the Aurelia as well, and if you're Core Dynamic, you really hope you can stem that bleeding, because you're not going to be having fun against a fed Nazgul. Nazgul hits level 6, he's going once again in onto Towie as the Death's Grasp misses. Another dash in, Nazgul gets the second one.
Just getting that XP and the minion XP to get towards level 6 from that first kill onto Towie just meant that as soon as Aurelia, or as soon as Maud come back, that Aurelia will be level 6, and pretty much that happens at level 6. Aurelia will just engage, and it's just the freest fight for Aurelia.
And Nazgul is playing so well on this champion. Last week against NSG, he was pretty much hard. So I think this week it's looking to be a similar start. Already 2 kills up, 20 CS in the lead by 7 minutes. And no signs of slowing down at all. As the dragon is going to be initiated, we have to believe smited away by Velia. 3 Infernal Dragon secured by Split Raiders.
So they got an Infernal Dragon and a Snowball in Aurelia. What more could you want?
Lucker just burned the ulti in the mid lane.
He did indeed. Zed sort of seen that one coming, played very far back, just so he could place his shadow to dodge that. Dodged it perfectly, avoiding Wukong as well, so gets away from a gank, saves his life, and loses the Varusol.
And it might look like Nazgul is once again going for the Blade of the Ruined King Irelia build, so how does that really work if he's going for it?
So basically, instead of like Tiamat now, you go for the Blade Room King because the 12% of HP damage applies on Aurelia's Q because Aurelia's Q applies on hit effects. So it just synergizes so well with that that you don't really lose damage on Q and minions. You will still be able to one-shot Q minions, and because of that, it's just better in so many different ways. You have higher damage, you're able to sustain more trades.
As the stun is going to connect onto the Electric God, Varte trying to go in, Cyclone knocks him up, Retromaster unleashes his power, and Electric God is going to fall.
And mid lane's looking like a target. It doesn't look like the action's over, but Zed is chunked out here.
Yeah, Lucker doing actually a really good job on that virus. I questioned him in the champ select. So far, he is proving me wrong. Would he be able to escape this gang? It's actually not going to happen, as Shambles takes the recall quite rightfully.
And 2 plates go down on the bot side, and Nazgul's just having fun up here.
I think Tabi might be dead again unless he can pull out something, but Nazgul has just simply too much damage. Third solo kill in top lane.
He's got the Cutlass. There's just no way you can actually win with fights from here onwards. Like, it already was unwinnable in terms of fights because Maud had to go Seekers. Seekers on Maud, in my opinion, is just really bad. I know you have to go it here because it's just such a bad matchup, but having to go Seekers just delays a lot of your damage, puts you really far behind, and it's going to take a long time before Maud even comes online here. And I just think it might even be too little too late when the Maud actually comes online because Aurelia is so far ahead now. 81 CS, 3 kills.
So Core Dynamic, they have to look somewhere across the map. I like that they made the play in the bot lane, but I really need to see them make more. Because top lane, you said it, it's pretty much unwinnable right now. Core Dynamic, no matter what they do in this top side, Nazgul will still be fed, Nazgul will still be a monster. So you gotta look down in the bot lane. But talking about the bot lane, Meki is going to get jumped on by Bonekai, throws down the box. Miasma was there as well. Flasher from Meki. Hook back in under the turret. Bonekai is going to take one turret shot, and now the Electric God throws down the Petrifying Gate. He's looking for the 1 versus 2 damage outplay. The stun is going to keep him at bay though. No one is going to fall down. Retromaster very low on health, but everyone is just able to walk away.
Such a scary fight to watch there. Just the fact that anyone could win that. They're both so low. The HP bars are so low. Cassio nearly out of mana. Such a scary trade there. But Core Dynamic really need to be looking to push something on the map. They need to be protecting this virus like they have been doing. But I want to see Wukong just play mid bot. He is going for Herald now. But I really hope he doesn't walk towards top after using this Herald.
I really hope he gets to stay alive after Nazgul finds him. Is a more appropriate question. The Cyclone, the first proc is going to be used. He throws the decoy, but flash in from Nazgul. He wants the kill, and as easy as that, secures it, goes on a rampage.
Yeah, he's definitely not staying alive there. As soon as he's found by Aurelia. Aurelia had to flash just to catch up to Wukong. Wukong being slippery as he is. But it doesn't matter. Aurelia's just getting more head, but they need to use this Herald correctly. That's the next point of progress for Core Dynamic.
Oh, Retromaster called out on walking back to lane. Good setup by Velia together with Bonekai. Split Raiders get another free kill, and they're just executing their game plan. Split Raiders are a team that, if they get ahead, they love to keep their snowball going, and it seems to be business as usual in this game against Core Dynamic. Nazgul looking for his 5th kill. Tavi, you just can't do anything.
Really clean mechanics by Aurelia there. That was pretty much just perfectly played. Like, Taui can't do anything there. Like, that lane's just, like we said, completely over. We're going to sound like a broken record, but there's nothing needed to be done for the top lane. It just frees up Sejuani just to sit at this bot lane as long as she wants. Because Aurelia can 1v2 really easy right now.
Cloud Drake also going to be up. You have to believe Split Raiders are going to get it. Lucker, is he going to agree to take the tower plates? Shambles is sitting in the brush with both Ignite and ulti, but boy, those arrows hurt by Lucker if you get hit by one of them. Nazgul, unsurprisingly, is going to secure the first tower of the game, but a response in the bot lane initiated by the side of Core Dynamic.
And tower trade should be, unless they're going to make a play here for a fight.
I think Split Raiders are just going to clear out the Herald, and Core Dynamic, they still have the wave. Do they pull the trigger? No Glacial Prison, but Solar Flare and the Petrifying Gaze are both up of cooldown. Velia goes over the wall. Lucker is now trying to join the fray. 2 versus 2 in favor of Core Dynamic. That's not the fight you want to take, Split Raiders. Velia and Evolia goes down. Double kill. Picked up by Lucker, and Core Dynamic managed to turn around this fight.
And that's perfect case scenario, and I wanted to pinpoint this. Luca has been playing this game so well in the mid lane, he's not been able to be punished because he's just playing correctly and just knows when SQ1 is trying to gank him. Every time he's just trading poke onto Zed, just not allowing Zed to do anything.
That's it. Tawi is just dead. No, he has the flash. He doesn't even... Oh, actually, he does use it. Nazgul doesn't have his. So I did call it too early. Well done, Tawi, for getting out.
There's not much to be done there. Aurelia has Bork now. Like, what can you do? You're just gonna get run down.
Yeah, Electric Gold throwing the ulti thinking he has the burst damage, but Lantern from Thresh is obnoxiously good at getting people out from danger.
Just standard fresh procedure, getting them out alive. There is some tower plates still up for grabs in this bot lane.
Look at Varte though, he's looking for a flank, the hook going to cam down onto the Electric God, teleport channel, that's Retromaster joining the fight. Cyclone not yet off cooldown, the Electric God falls down as Varte gets the kill, stun from Retromaster goes wide, Bonakai trying to buy some time, Zenith Blade is going to miss, and that's the double kill going over to Varte.
I would have liked to seen the kill go to Syndra there, because it was just such a free kill, and Syndra even TP'd for it. It would have been a bit better to actually trade that kill onto Syndra, in my opinion.
Lacker really wants that ward, but I don't think he's going to take it as Velia throws down the stun in. The Glacial Prison Shambles is looking for a piece of the pie, goes for good Lantern from Meki, and Lacker is still staying alive. Great hook connects onto the Zed. Lacker goes on a rampage. Core Dynamic punishing the over-aggression of Split Raiders.
The over-aggression being punished, and just Varus being saved by the Fresh, able to still just put out as much damage as he can before he even gets CC'd. Again, I just can't compliment Looker enough for how well he's playing this game.
Honestly, Meki on Thresh is clean as well. I have to say that now. That hook, that Lantern, just picture perfect. And usually in the leagues, you tend to overlook good Thresh plays because that's the expectation, that you know how to execute the combo. But still, well done.
And I get to slightly call you out here, Kachka, because you talked about Roman supports before this game.
Yeah.
And here's the prime example of a Roman support. Meki's just been in the right place, right time so much of this game.
That's true. Yeah, I did say off stream that I haven't seen that many supports wrong, but I'm getting proven wrong. You know, it's always nice to be proven wrong because that means that I'm learning.
And I think that's
growing as a caster.
That's been the difference of supports in these games, if I'm being honest. Meki has been in the right place, right time all the time this game. And he's always been in the right position, moving up before Leona even moves up. And if Leona does move up, he tends to even hold a better angle, so they're forced to go one direction, which is just where he's going to throw his hook.
And that means that you have now 4-1 and 0 on Lucker, which has to be the primary carry for Core Dynamic in this position. The highest damage dealer, you can deal with the targets before they get close to you. The only problem with it is I don't know still who is going to deal with Nazgul.
Yeah, that is the issue, because Nazgul will 100% destroy Varus if they are found together in a side lane or if she's able to get onto him.
Vela going in, finds the stun, connects in, Solar Flare comes out as well. Lucker, no summoners, no ulti. He actually pulls one out. What are you doing? You just can't do that, Lucker. Gets the double Core Dynamic turn around the dive.
I really don't think they understood the damage of the Varus right now. Varus has a full Dust Blade and triple longsword to boot. Cassio has no armor, so she's just like paper to him, and she just evaporates on that play.
Yeah, I thought Lucker is dead. He had no summoners, he did use the ulti, there were 3 people on top of him. I honestly don't know. Great damage.
I mean, I'm with you. I thought he was dead. They chained the CC really perfectly, played the miasma, and it just looked like he was over.
Well, let's take a look what happened.
He's looking to get some poke down to destroy the waves so they can't push. He got the Q onto Cassio before the trade. That's so big. And able to just get another one down, off cooldown. He said you want to get caught off on the side, and Looker escapes with his life. Again,
yeah.
Also Meki, right place, right time for the Varus.
It has to be, yeah, Lucker, just those Qs onto Electric got both of them connecting. The second one, I think, wasn't obstructed by anyone, so it was the full damage from the piercing arrow. Enough to take out the electric gold, and Lacker's feeling himself in this game. He also has got the QSS, and he doesn't lack in damage. That's the scenario that you want to be in.
Exactly. And this is also really good for core dynamic too. Taui getting some free time in a side lane against someone who's not going to kill him. The Zed is not very strong right now. So Moore's actually able to lane against him really well, grab some CS. And I even think, despite Moore being 0-4, he still has that advantage in that side lane against Zed.
Yeah, of course, Taui, you don't want to really push your luck. When you're 0-4, you'd rather just take the free farm, and Core Dynamic, they have got the numbers around the bot side, are gonna take the first Mountain Drake of the game. Not too much of a loss for Split Raiders, but puts Core Dynamic closer to a potential soul later on.
And it does, and you see Aurelia is actually opting towards the Trinity Force, I want to say, because there's still a chance they could just go both, because still got the components, and sitting on a Ruby Crystal too, so there's a chance they could go Cleaver and Trinity Force for the 40% CDR, which is a build which has popped up for a lot of champions what run Trinity in general. And the full Trinity actually comes through now, so that's such a massive power spike right now for Aurelia.
Yeah, I fully expect Nazgul to try and group up with the team, or just start taking towers, because he's been kind of quiet in a side lane for the few last minutes. He's still as strong as ever, and now that you mentioned those two spikes, he's even stronger. He can probably comfortably cut through everyone, including Lucker.
Yeah, he's the highest level in the game. He's level 13. Double on hit effect with his Q now, because obviously Trinity Force with the Sheen proc and the 12% from the Bork. So his Q is going to hurt every single one he hits. And it's going to be so much damage coming through very fast.
Well, so far, Nazgul just sitting in that top lane. I really hope he starts to take that tire. That's the Baron up in 30 seconds. We are nearing we are well in the mid game. It has been a bit tame from the side of Split Raiders. Core Dynamic have made a few good plays. I think it's about time where Split Raiders need to respond. I wouldn't be worried just yet, but you can't just let Core Dynamic make these plays and not do anything apart from farming.
The thing is, well, talking about power spikes, Wukong is on his Black Cleaver as well, which is pretty big because he has 30% CDR right now. He has the Warrior Enchantment and Black Cleaver. So Wukong, as soon as he gets CDR, his spells become really, really short cooldown. And that's going to be just enabling him to be more of a nuisance in these fights like he already has been.
Split Raiders going for the Death Brush strategy. I mean, it's not really a brush, but I just don't have a better term. Death Trap, I guess. Electric God was sent to the bot lane without a teleport. Now he's being recalled. I wonder if he's still going to be in that lane. If yes, then that just means that Split Raiders aren't even looking at that Baron right now.
I don't think you can, because if you start that Baron and Varus is alive, Varus is just going to start chipping away at your team bit by bit, while Baron's also helping with that. I think you just isolate yourself too much if you do that. But the only thing I'd like to see change, Aurelia should be going bot lane here. Sure, the Baron's not a contention yet, but you want to see Aurelia crack that outer tower. And that's just going to open up the map even more for your team. And that's what I want to see by Split Raiders right now. Because in the top lane, she's not been able to crack this tier 2 yet.
Yeah, Nazgul actually waiting for someone to overextend. I don't know, yeah, you should just clear out that wave. It's as simple as that. Electric God forces the flash to come out from Taui. Now he's got that burst of the movement speed. Flash in as well. Noxious Blast goes wide. Taui is gonna get slowed by the Miasma, and a solo kill coming out in the bot lane from the Electric God.
And with Taui having so much armor,
Lucker is godlike.
Lucker doing Lucker things apparently. And it's not the end.
Yeah, Varte is going in for the follow through onto Bonakai. Velia jumps over the wall and he's forced to flash away immediately. Hook goes wide from Meki. Varte just chasing him away from the jungle. Start is being destroyed. Where is that? I think that was bot lane. I'm not quite sure, but Core Dynamic get a kill. It is a
Aurelia
1-for-1 across
flanking.
the map. Oh
It's
boy,
over.
that could be really bad. We mentioned how big Nazgul is. Lucker already flashes out. Nazgul is gonna take himself. Meki goes dominating already. Varte using that decoy to try and get away, but no, just stay right here where you are. Shut down. Picked up by Nazgul. 7-0-0 on Aurelia.
So not only does Aurelia get 2 kills, she also gets a shutdown. Now they're looking towards the Baron, but this is still scary because Looker is alive. Look at that
Ooh.
damage onto Leona.
That is true, no smite though, so if Core Dynamic can do anything, it will be a near miracle. Baron down to about 6,000, Lucker throwing in those piercing arrows. Nazgul doesn't have the ulti, Shambles is on the flank, Deathmark up in about 5 seconds. Taui goes into the pit, he's gonna pull in the Velia into the Death Realm, petrifying gates onto Retromaster, he's already dead, and down. Lucker has got the Deathmark onto himself, shut down, picked up by Shambles, and that is the fight that Splitters were looking for this entire time. A delayed ace coming through, double kill for Shambles, and put the Baron on top of that as well.
With Lurker being solo out there by the Zed, not even being able to get any poke out there after that first Q, it's just absolutely insane. Mord sort of took himself out of the fight with taking the Sejuani, hoping he could actually kill Sejuani, but Sej just going over the wall, just denying anything to Core Dynamics, picking up the Baron, and this game's just looking really bleak for them now, because what can you do to stop this Aurelia right now?
Nazgul, I said it last week, he looked like the best top player in Square One, and a performance like this now only brings me closer to saying that that might just be the case. 8-0-1 on this champion, Core Dynamic made the mistake of leaving it open, and now they are paying the consequences as Split Raiders picking up the Mountain Drake, a free price before they will properly start down their siege. Retromaster is jumped on by Nazgul, pops that stopwatch, but Nazgul is still in the backline. No one has any sort of response to him, and now Meki and Taui have been separated from the rest of the team. The box comes down, but so does the Vanguard's Edge. Taui just staying alive, trying to help his support. Shambles goes on a killing spree. Split Raiders get another kill, and with that, with a Baron buff, you have to believe the inhibitor towers are going to be the next objectives that they will be looking to break.
And you see both side lanes are being pushed. Looker is going towards that top lane. So how are they going to defend this bot lane without him? The question is, or the answer is, sorry, they're not.
That inhib tower is as well as dead. And the inhibitor itself, probably. Scatter the Weak from Retromaster doing something, but simply not enough. Nazgul level 63 items at 25 minutes.
The sad part is, if Looker did go bot lane there, Sejuani had no mana. And that could have been a really good chance to punish.
Oh, good sidestep on the Petrifying Gaze. The Electric God now lands the Noxious Blast as the Piercing Arrow misses. Another Q goes wide as well. Lucker, though, not really deciding to go for it. Meki looking if he can get himself in. No flash onto the Thresh, throws out the Lantern, and Varte is looking to engage. Goes in with the Cyclone. They get the pick onto the Electric God. Core Dynamic buy themselves some more time.
Small bit of breathing room for yourself. Picking off the Cassio, just another Baron off the map. It won't do too much for you, unfortunately, but it buys you at least 30 seconds till Cassio respawns, and then Cassio's just going to go to a side lane again, trying to drag either Looker or Taui away from the team, and it just means that the rest of the team will just engage on you as soon as they see you.
Do Core Dynamics scale? As in, can they get to a point where they can reasonably deal with Nazgul, or is that never going to be the case?
Never going to be the case, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
As horrible as it is to say something like that, Aurelia has 3 items, and she's really tanky with these items. She's really hard to kill. She's obviously got Balk on top of that.
And Retromaster is completely out of position, and Bonakai is going to be the one to take the kill.
And it's just the fact that, so she's fed, but the rest of the team are actually getting a lot of gold at this too. Like, it's not only just her now. Zed is actually relevant now. Cassio has her items. She nearly has her Leandria's. So, just the fact that Syndra is only 2 items to Cassio nearly being 3 doesn't really say a lot for your team. You can't really do much at this stage.
Valkyrie jumped on by Velia. Shambles is now looking to get the assassination in. Deathmark. Lucker's down, and Meki can't even save him. That's 2 kills for Split Raiders. Great snowball from the early game. 10,000 gold at 27 minutes. Nazgul hits the Flame Horizon over Taui as the the second inhibitor is being broken. Electric God maybe in some trouble. 1 versus 2. Taui and Varte trying to get that killed. A lot of healing being there, but in the end, Taui still able to get it done. Split Raiders though now onto the Nexus. First tower going to be down. Second one is now the target, and Core Dynamic simply too little damage. Split Raiders, they played too well. And now they are looking to take the Nexus and formally stamp their place in the playoffs. But have I spoken too soon? Core Dynamic are now all respawning. The Solar Flare is going to camp down. Vanguard Judge from Nazgul as well. He's going to play back in, but now jumps right into the backline, into the fray, looking to get all the damage and take everyone with him. Shutdown was being picked up onto Shambles, and now Nazgul actually, he's the only damage carry alive. The minions are coming. Alright, this is getting really interesting. Nazgul goes legendary with the Blade Surge, but the minions are there, and Lucker just doesn't have enough, I believe. Come on, finish the game. Do something decisive. Nazgul. He just has
Just go for more kills. Why not?
Yeah. Oh boy, he actually is shut down. Okay. This is why you kid the Nexus, boys.
But is it going to matter? They
No.
have two Nexus, two inhibitors open. Nexus is exposed. They're just going to look for mid lane next, and then that pretty much should be the game from there. Unless they can get a good fight, they still have one last team fight in the bag. Just gotta wait for Meki to respawn in 15 seconds, and just hope they can get the miracle team fight to claw back at this. But there's just a chance they could just play a 1-4 here, split Raiders, and just secure the win. So there's still options at this moment, which is surprising to say, because I didn't expect that. I thought it was gonna just end just there and then. But so there's a chance of a miracle fight, a small chance.
I mean, you know, the Nexus is still in game, so there's always a chance. Varte sticking around this Drake. Shambles, though, is there on this side. Decoy is going to be popped. Varte pops the Cyclone. has got the Lantern. Deathmark is going to take him right through, though. And Nazgul himself takes out Meki, going now for Taui. Pretty much 3-shot, I believe, as Taui does take Electrical into the Death Realm. 3 kills for Split Raiders. And, I mean, Lucker did pull one off. But with the Nexus exposed, with Nazgul being hungry, angry that his KDA has been ruined, you have to believe that it is all over, and Split Raiders will secure themselves the spot in the playoffs. In a while.
In a while, when they finish the Nexus turret. Well, in Nexus, sorry. The thing is, despite Split Raiders' game here, it wasn't the cleanest game for them. And that's something I want to iterate, because going into playoffs, that's going to be a game people are going to look at and be like, right, how can we shut down Split Raiders? And one focal point is going to be shutting down Nazgul. Shutting down Nazgul is going to shut down a lot of their opportunity / proactivity, because a lot of their success has been from Nazgul getting fed and just giving the jungler so much freedom to just camp other lanes, because Nazgul is so far ahead, it doesn't matter about ganking him anymore. It just opens you more opportunities, going mid, going bot. But what happens when Nazgul gets behind? What happens when Nazgul gets camped? What are your options there? You're then more limited. So teams are going to be looking at this to how they can stop Split Raiders' momentum. And I think that's a good way of looking at it.
I think it definitely is, but good win for Split Raiders. As you said, not the cleanest one. They showed their main strength, but at the same time, they didn't really show too much from the mid lane and the bot lane. In all fairness, Lucker was winning against Shambles in the laning phase. Pretty much convincingly. So, yeah, not the cleanest game, but Split Raiders, they managed now to 100% secure themselves in playoffs. There's no way they drop out. They are now looking to see if they can fight for the top 2 spots. And the situation there is getting interesting. Right now, tied with Absolved for the second. Of course, Absolved still have 2 more games to play tomorrow.
So
yeah.
I also want to say as well, Core Dynamic have looked better in this game.
They did.
They are showing progress, even if it is slowly. They're showing progress. Like Luca was the shining light of the team in this game, whereas in the past few games he's been the target of the enemy team. This time he was the target, but they weren't able to achieve him, and he knew he was the target, and he knew exactly how to play this game. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but there's definitely signs of progress for Core Dynamic.
There definitely is, and the only way in which Core Dynamic don't get to contest for playoffs next week if they lose the next game against Glorious Gaming and Black Lion manage to win both their games tomorrow, which means that more likely than not, Core Dynamic will be fighting for the playoff spot in week 7, and they could make their chances even better today. So still, nothing is lost. It wasn't the elimination game, not even close to that. So I think if you're Core Dynamic, you're looking forward. you won't be too happy, but you won't be too upset.
No, definitely so. And they're going to be looking towards their next few games now, and should be looking towards it with confidence because they showed so many signs of light for this team, and they show they can actually take it to a better team like Split Raiders. I think Split Raiders are a team to beat, despite this game not being their cleanest. They still have in mind what their objectives are. They still have in mind how they want to play the game,
Yeah, as
and
we
that's an important thing for a team. If you know how you want to play the game, you're gonna do well.
All right, but we are going to jump over to a short break, and I believe we will have Milky having an interview with Nazgul if I am correct. So stick around, that will be ready in just a minute, and after that we will see you for the next game.
If I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I play nice to you and don't fight back, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should. 'Cause I
We're here with 4-hour interviews with our top laner from the side of Split Raiders, Nazgul, who went 14-1-4 on the Aurelia. Flame Horizon over Towie. Nazgul, that must have felt like a pretty good result for you guys.
Yeah, that was actually a nice game. I actually started the game with Doran's ring by mistake, thought I was playing Cassio, and yeah, luckily Mort didn't respect me, and I was able to get back in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was overall.
Now, I want to try to understand your mentality coming into this game, because last week Core Dynamic, they picked up a pretty strong win against Absolve. Were you viewing them as, you know, a strong team or still one of the lower teams in the league?
I mean, we went into game with the mental that we will win, but yeah, that kinda could end bad for us. We throwed our lead and they gave them nice shutdowns, so yeah. I mean, that Varus was really big, but luckily I was fed too.
Now, last week you came in with some pretty insane plays on the Aurelia and on the Cassiopeia. Are Split Raiders a one-man team, or do you guys have some more trumps up your sleeves?
I mean, we actually do play decently as a team, but yeah, we had pretty unlucky games, I guess. Bad starts, bad decision making, giving them 3 kills, so yeah.
And I also want to kind of get a glimpse of your mentality in this game, because before we came live, we were talking a little bit about it was a bit of a clown fiesta, but you had such a massive lead on the Aurelia. You were 5-0, and then all of a sudden, Lucca started getting kill after kill after kill on the Varus. How did you guys, as an individual on the Aurelia and as a team, kind of keep your mental intact? Say, it doesn't matter if Lucca has these kills, we can come back strong.
Okay, look at this. At the moment, Irelia is pretty good at killing squishy targets, so yeah, I wasn't that much worried about Varus. I was more worried about Syndra, who can sunlock me and let him one-shot me, but yeah, we had pretty good comp to play around me, and it ended real well for us.
And finally, your next game today is going to be against Lionscreed, the final match of the day. And Lionscreed, they've picked up 3 wins in a row, most notably against Sparks as well. Is it going to be a close game, or do you still view yourselves as the favorites?
I think we are the favorites, but I think that will be a close and good game, so yeah, I'm looking for it.
All right, thank you very much, Nazgul, for your time. Best of luck in your next game today. We're going to be heading into a short break before our second game, which will be between Lionscreed and Glorious Gaming. Stay tuned.
Thank you very much.
If I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I play nice to you and don't fight back, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should. 'Cause I remember
Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye. No. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye. No. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no.
Are you ready, everyone? We have a second game of the day. Lionscreed going against Glorious Gaming, and you know, some people might think this might not be the most exciting match, but I'm looking forward to it because Glorious Gaming at this point, they're playing pure spoiler, and Lionscreed, they have a lot to play for, and I know that they are definitely ready to show us what they've got.
And Lionscreed have looked very solid. They came off a 2-0 week, so and it wasn't exactly bad teams they've beaten because they have beaten Absolved, and they also have a tough week ahead with Absolved and NSG in their week 7 opponent. So they're not a bad team, and they've still got a lot to play for. Winning this, obviously, getting them in, and can't really overlook Glorious Gaming. Sure, they don't have a win on the board yet, but Glorious Gaming, like you said, can still play spoiler here.
And also, I believe that they have a completely new roster coming into this week. Nidleft was supposed to be on support, but then he got emergency subbed out. So all of the players that we're going to see are playing first time. I think with the exception of the jungler. I think he played already once in one match. I don't even remember which one, but it was something 2 weeks ago. So this is a completely new look for Glorious Gaming. For all we know, it could be great. So, you know, not much left to say but to see it work in practice.
And they've got nothing to lose. Nothing
Exactly.
at all. So they've got a lot to prove and nothing to lose. So they're just going to go full aggression. They've got new people in. So it's just going to be interesting to see how they're going to play this, how they're going to want to opt with new strategies, and how they're going to mesh together as a team. Because, again, new environment.
Yeah, and we are obviously just waiting a while before we go into the picks and bans. But one person that I'm really looking at more for Lionscreed is Nox in the mid lane, and actually together with his jungler, because these two have shown up big time. And honestly, if they can get snowballing, then that'd be great.
But on the other side, you have someone who plays the likes of Diana, for example. And playing against a champion like Diana is just not fun if they're good at that champion. And it looks like Glorious Gaming know how to play it with their new players coming in, by in terms of like looking at their OPGGs and such. So this could be here to play spoiler. They could just play a heavy 2v2 lane with picking an early game jungler to focus mid, then push their aggression together and move around the map. This is an option for Glorious Gaming, especially as you just said, Nox has looked very good. So he definitely will be a vocal point and maybe even be targeted by Glorious Gaming.
And we get a first pick on, so back to the standard. If it's open, just try and lock it in. I wonder what Lionscreed are going to respond with. Jazz is playing up in the top lane for them, so maybe they want to respond to that, or maybe they want to lock in something else. And I mentioned the top lane, they go for the Aatrox.
And that's pretty much 100% an Aatrox top lane. You don't really see it flex that much, and it is a pretty good matchup into Ornn. So pretty much 100% guaranteed that's locked in top lane. And also the bans which came through, Shen's gone off the table, Pantheon, Aphelios. On the other side, you got Nidalee, Renekton, and Katarina all off the table. So you take in, I don't even know how to say his name, the jungle of Lionscreed off Nidalee. So you're not allowing it to be as aggressive as he'd want to be, especially with him playing so much Nidalee on his games in general. And it actually taken a wombo combo for the side of Glorious Gaming. They have Jarvan, Misfortune, and Ornn currently. The question is just, can they execute it?
Yeah, it's full on team fights, and can they? We simply do not know right now. But it is the Misfortune, Jarvan, Ornn. You go into the team fights, you show up as a 5, and you try and kill whoever is in front of you. That being said, Rek'Sai, I would assume for Broheim in the jungle. So kind of aggressive, going more for the dueling. If you can find the Jarvan, you can try and kill him if you fancy your chances. That Senna though could be both a fasting Senna or a support, so Lionscreed having some flexibility there.
Yeah, and there's still a chance of Ornn going mid lane here.
That's true.
So that's still an option on the table. and it actually synergizes pretty well with Jarvan in terms of like gank setup. So they might have just pulled a big debate. We don't know yet. There's still time to find out. And even if they did up towards that, it wouldn't be a bad scenario because you could pick a snowbally top laner. You could pick something like maybe a Furora or something along them lines to actually battle this Aatrox and then play through that lane. And like we said, they got nothing to lose, so why not try something different?
Yeah, and I like this target banning towards Nox, since Nox was one of the major reasons why Lionscreed were able to, at least against Core Dynamic, get such a clean win on a Katarina in the mid. He was pretty much a terror, and he likes to play those snowbally champions. At least that is what we have seen him on so far. And so Glorious Gaming, they know that, they target that. I wonder if it's going to be another mid lane ban. It could as well be try and make sure that Nox doesn't get on any of his comfort.
And also, like you just mentioned, the Mr. Ban may be intentional, but there's a lot of mid lane bans just in general in this entire phase. Katarina, Akali, Azir, and Syndra all off the table here. And we get
Tankenge means fasting Senna.
Fasting Senna.
Yep, Lionscreed go for the strategy, and that just means lock in something in the mid lane that will be able to be a carry alongside the Senna once she finally ramps up. Or well, before she does.
And the question is, what support could you lock in here for your bot lane? Because it's really hard to punish Fasting Senna, especially with Tankenge, his regen and his passive, just keeping him quite healthy, and then Senna just healing him up on top of that. It's really obnoxious to deal with. I can't wait till it's never seen again, but it's still going to be a while till that even happens.
Does Dan play Orianna? If he does, I really wanted to see it locked in just for the wombo combo. Come on, Glorious Gaming, you know you want to do it.
Giving him the Draven debate real fast, but we obviously know it's not going to be Draven.
Rumble
like
works
this.
as well. Oh boy, yeah.
I like this. They got a heavy wombo combo. Rumble mid lane, pretty much 100% mid lane. I wanted to see Ornn go to the top, play at AFK lane, and then just play for the wombo combo.
Yeah, however, now you know that it's a Rumble, and that means that Nox gets a free choice of what to play against it. Kassadin could be an option, high in magic damage, but yeah, not talking too much about that, as Cassiopeia is going to be the mid laner of choice for Nox, so not an assassin, however, still a very high DPM mid laner.
So I went for the other Cass, locked in Cassiopeia. Like you said, high DPM. If they're able to just keep Cassia safe, and she's able just to free hit, she'll be able to put out a lot of damage here, but it's just, she isn't a mobile mid laner. And they have a lot of tools to actually shut down Cassio here with Rakan, Jarvan, Ornn. Just a lot to actually slow down Cassio and able just to allow people to jump on her. So if she doesn't get ahead, or she isn't peeled for, she would just be heavily focused, because she's just an easy target with how much CC and input of damage you have in terms of Glorious Gaming's team comp.
Right, and I feel like Lionscreed really want to get themselves ahead, otherwise they will struggle, as you mentioned, because Cassiopeia, pretty short range, not that short range, but compared to stuff like Bullet Time coming out and all the other ultimates that Glorious Gaming have, you're not gonna have a fun time. Mafab, it's gonna take him a while in order to hit any meaningful damage, and then Jez on the Aatrox, you gotta get close and personal. So Lionscreed, I see Snowball as their only reliable option of winning the game. I don't say that they can't win a game if they don't snowball, it's just they're going to have to think pretty hard about how exactly they want to approach it.
Definitely so, and the fact that if you ever fight in the jungle against Glorious Gaming's team comp, that could be spelling game over straight away. Because if you do that even just once, that can be enough for them to snowball some kills. And that's just them going to be taking towers, taking Rift Heralds, taking Barons, taking Dragons. Any easy fight in the jungle would just go Glorious Gaming's way if they execute their comp.
Yeah, but for that to be the case, they need to at least be even in lanes, and this is where I want to start the discussion of the tools that Lionscreed have for the early game snowball, and mostly I'm looking at the jungle top lane duo, because Aatrox Rek'Sai that is a lot of bully potential.
100%, and that is a really, really strong 2v2. They're both able to bully out their opponents and both able to actually create so much pressure on this map. Aatrox should be the one pushing in on here, creating the pressure to bring Jarvan towards top lane, and Rek'Sai will just be there waiting in the wings to either counter gank or maybe even early gank from behind the Rek'Sai special. Because Lionscreed are on red side, so it means if Rek'Sai goes towards the blue buff on blue side and comes up behind Ornn, it's pretty much just a free kill.
Yeah, it pretty much is, and Misfortune, not too mobile. Rumble, you've got that movement speed, but that's about it. And Ornn, I mean, Ornn is an exception. Ornn is pretty difficult to shut down, unless you have something like an Aatrox, which I guess does make it pretty interesting to watch. And also a counterpoint, Glorious Gaming, they have a Jarvan, so I kind of want to see Food Macalar try and go maybe for a bot lane gang, maybe mid lane as well, since Cassiopeia, Senna, not that much attention. Actually, now that I think about it, bot lane will be tricky. There is a Tahm Kench, but if they ever overextend, you know, Tahm Kench can't teleport with his target.
And the thing I want to look at as well is how Jarvan's going to build. Is he going to go towards the Cinderhulk build, which is certain to pop up because obviously Cinderhulk got buffed? Or is he just going to go Warrior into Black Cleaver? And I think that's all going to depend on if he picks up 1 or 2 kills early. If not, he probably will just opt towards the Cinderhulk and slowly become more and more tanky for his team.
Yeah, that could likely be what we're seeing as plenty of AD damage for Glorious Gaming, so you don't really need to subsidize it with a Jarvan. As hopefully we'll be going soon into the game. Lionscreed, they're fighting for their playoffs. If they win both their games today, they will be locked in. Glorious Gaming, they're out. They're just playing spoiler and try and cause as much chaos in the standings as possible.
And they have the comp to do so. Just, are they going to be able to pull it off? And we've got another shameless plug of Fastlane again. Sorry to do it twice, but here it is. So we've got a tournament. We can sign up below. 20th of March to 5th of April. Again, if you're isolated at home, doing nothing, or out of work because of Corona, feel free to join in.
Yeah, it's going to be hopefully quite a lot of fun. You can sign up on the tournament with your friends, and this is the first of what we hope to be many of just side tournaments along the main league. Of course, if you know anything about the Champions League, you know that the tournament collides with Week 7. Don't worry, at the beginning, we are of course going to prioritize Week 7. But hey, April 5th, you might be on the stream with your boys, so sign up below, nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose, especially talking about nothing to lose. GG have nothing to lose, and I want to see them take it towards Lionscreed. I want to see them throw their best with their new players, show them what you can do. It's a good way to show off your new team and just how you're going to do this. Like, are you going to go caution to the wind? Are you going to go how you going to execute this, basically?
Yeah, and it's also nice, as you said, it's a new team. Maybe it's going to be the team that Glorious Gaming decides to keep coming into the next split as well. If that's the case, you know, getting those games will be pretty valuable, and having a great showing also helps with the mentality and, you know, all the mental aspects of actually being in a team. As early game, the first 2 minutes, we probably won't see any action. I don't see any reason why anyone would invade. That being said, there is a ward placed by, I believe, Food Macalar in that top lane red buff.
Yeah, and it is that early ward spotting out Rek'Sai. See her getting pinged out straight away. Just early information, really nice to get down, especially just knowing where Rek'Sai is starting. And Rek'Sai actually does have a sweeper really early to spot that out. But
Goodbye. Yeah.
I was gonna say, but despite sweeping it, I'm pretty sure they know, regardless, Rek'Sai's still gonna start red buff, despite being spotted out. And it's just gonna be standard sort of clear from both junglers, both starting red. Clearing their Jarvan's gonna go buff to buff. Rek'Sai is gonna clear the entire top side.
And yeah, early game, we already mentioned where the ganks could happen, but then there isn't really that much pressure, at least for the side of Glorious Gaming, to make them happen. It's more, I believe, for Lionscreed to try and get yourself ahead coming into the mid game, because if you don't, those ultimates will hurt. And Jez, I believe, the most important target, because if you get control of a sideline on Aatrox, you can make sure that Glorious Gaming never get to group up.
Yep, and the sign of last split was just ban Aatrox. And
Yeah.
that was like the continuous meme for that entire split for me personally. And the reason being, just as soon as Aatrox gets ahead, he's really hard to shut down. And despite the team of Glorious Gaming, it's still quite hard to shut down Aatrox, even if you do jump on him with Jarvan. You don't have too much instant damage. And obviously, you're still going to need anti healing built in somewhere.
Alright, just getting some Darkin Blades in onto M. Just looking at where the junglers are going, they are now swapping sides. It was a full clear from Broheim coming up in the top lane, so Food not gonna really find anything there. Could be though looking for a
Talking of the
gank
top
maybe.
lane, yeah, Jarvan's
Yeah.
walking in.
Mafab does get chunked down in the ball lane though in the meantime, so just pointing that one out. But yeah, switching up to the top lane. Food going for a gank. Jess has got the flash. Will he have to burn it on the Aatrox? Flag and drag connect, but no, the flash away is coming through now. Teleport by Nox. He's looking for a piece of the pie, but flash away from Food Makalar. And it's a trade of summoners, flash for a flash, and a teleport burned by Lionscreed.
I think that's a real missed opportunity and a shame for Gross Gaming because Food Michael pathed really well. And I can't express how well Jarvan pathed there because it exposed the Aatrox really well. But the Ornn was so far behind on the gank that it just meant the setup what was there just wasn't executed because Aatrox was able to walk away a bit safer without getting CC'd before Ornn. Whereas if Ornn CC'd him a bit early or chased him down a bit early, it would have forced Aatrox to flash earlier, saving Jarvan's EQ.
Broheim sitting around this river. I believe the ward might have spotted him. Dan Silas already moving away. Actually, no, I don't think he knows. Broheim now goes into the mid lane. The flash is still up on the ramble. That's the flash. Knock up Miasma. Throw down as well. Dan now burns that flash. So Broheim burns his flash for the mid laners. So you have 4 flashes down in this game overall.
And that's a really good trade from Broheim because he's able to just repeat gank that a bit later on. With Rumble having no flash, it's just making him a more easy target to just repeat gank again if Cassio gets down to Miasma. Just delaying some movement speed. That's enough for Broheim just to get onto him again and actually just able to take him down.
Amcon now. He still has the flash on the Ornn. Should be able to get out to safety. He just walks away down the river. Broheim unable to get any sort of kill threat even going on. The first trick of the game is going to be Cloud as Checker getting quite a bit of damage down. Mafab now in a lot of trouble. Ignite is going to come down. Is it enough? The last tip not quite getting, but Mafab loses both.
5 HP. So unlucky in the side of Glorious Game. Really good play by the Rakan there. Showing constant aggression, pushing onto the center every time they can get onto her. Just completely ignoring Tom Kench, which is the right way about it.
And now that probably will be at least one tower played. Checker DC doing quite well in terms of farm, of course, when you're playing against the fasting Senna. You are always going to be out farming the Senna. But even objectively, 43, goddammit, numbers are hard. CS at 6 minutes is pretty good.
It's pretty good indeed. And so 43 CS to basically 35, because you're basically going to be counting Tom Kench's for now. Because Senna's just going to be there, collecting the stacks, just waiting to scale up as much as you can.
Alright, so 6 minutes in. Still, the first blood is to be picked. 400 in favor of Lionscreed. You have to believe that is the... probably just... I want to say CS advantages. Oh yeah, the Senna item. Never mind. That generates quite a bit of gold, you have to believe. So that's most likely where it comes from at the current moment. And I'm just waiting to see where the junglers will strike first. Because you saw some attempts from both of them. You saw some flashes being burned from the junglers and the laners themselves. Now is about the time where you want to be looking for the play that actually gets you the kill.
And Also, right now, you see both junglers are very, very close to each other. Rek'Sai is trying to find Jarvan while Jarvan's trying to sneak into this bot lane. MF has a BF sword right now. So this is really scary to even look towards bot lane if Jarvan is still sticking around because MF has so much damage in the bag.
Borheim has got the blast cone. Food Makalar knows there is no ward in this brush. You have to be careful. If Buzzy and Mafab overextend, they are going to be engaged on immediately. No summoners on Mafab. Buzzy still has both flash and exhaust, so you can see how close he's sticking to Senna.
Yeah, sticking close to sort of absorb any damage, not letting MFQ bouncing towards. And it's going to look for Dragon here. No, Rek'Sai is moving towards top now. Jarvan had some inkling that Rek'Sai was around earlier because obviously the scuttle was down. But now just safely taking the Wind Dragon for their team.
And a very calm early game. I don't often get to say that without it me just sounding like I'm bored after 3 minutes, but this is actually a calm early game. And trying to maybe look at a CS advantage that's interesting is Dan Stylus being ahead of Nox just for CS for now. Ooh, that's a chunk of damage onto Mafa.
And here's a blue buff gank from behind, looking for this ore now.
Alright, will this be the gank that results in the kill? The flash not yet available as it was just burned with the ghost, and first blood picked up by Jez Borheim. Clean gank from that blue buff as you mentioned.
Just Ornn pushed up that far, just enables Rek'Sai to come from behind there, and there's just nothing you can do. The only other option would be running down river, but you have no backup on the way or even close. So you're pretty much just guaranteed dead there, and that's also why you just don't flash. Because even if you did flash there, I still think you're dead regardless, because Aatrox was full HP, so was Rek'Sai. They both have ultimates, both online, so it just doesn't matter, you're just straight up dead there.
I love to see it because I mentioned one of the ways in which that wombo combo from Glorious Gaming can't be denied is if Jazz is strong enough on a sideline. Getting a kill and being ahead in CS is exactly where you want to start with that.
But, as you just seen, the early swap coming through, and I love it when teams do this. It's really good to actually deny people, shut people down, and also get some plates. The only sad part is that Rek'Sai just took Herald. Usually you do it to get the Herald, and then move to top lane with your bot lane, Herald with them, and able to just take the tower with every single play. That's usually the play. But obviously, there's no Dragon on the map, there's no Herald on the map, but it's still good to shut down Aatrox regardless.
Yeah, you're going to make sure that Jez cannot snowball that advantage into anything meaningful, as now with Makalar going down towards the bot lane, potentially looking to get Mafab even further behind on that fasting Senna. You want to delay her scaling as much as possible. Ooh, this has the potential to be very interesting indeed. Mafab summoners are all back up. Mcon goes forward, finds the knockup onto Buzzy. Call of the Forge God is going to be summoned now. Teleport as well, channeled in the mid lane from Dan. He has got the equalizer up. Will he use it? That's a response. Teleport from Jess. As Buzzy is already going to fall down. Aatrox now joins the fight. And Jess can't really find the Darkin Blades or any engage at all. And that's with Makalar going in with the Flag and Drag. Equalizer laid down as well. But look at Jess. Railgun through. Only getting the damage onto Dan. And Borheim is on his way. Lionscreed are good at stalling this engagement and they don't lose any kills. Potentially could be looking for more. Borheim definitely is. But I think they will just back off in the end.
And you see the way they played that fight. Not over yet, they're looking for
Yeah,
some pressure.
oh boy, that is some disgusting damage. Ignite takes him out, kill hole and kills now.
Gets absolutely bursted instantly there. Talking of getting bursted, Ornn is looking like the next target.
Void Rash in, Mcon goes down. Borheim is dead, but Dan flashes for the return kill.
We had a passive early game, now it's constant aggression. But I just wanted to mention the way they played the Senna Aatrox more or less picture perfect because Senna was unable to get touched. And Aatrox just frontlining, getting healed by Senna, also getting healed by his ultimate too. That is an idea of how they want to be playing this game, just keeping the front line alive, keeping your aggressive laners like Aatrox in front of you, while Senna just tries to deal damage where she can and healing up her team where she can. That's the idea of this comp for Lionscreed. It's can they be able to pull this off correctly? Because Rumble does have 2 kills on the board right now.
And the first turret also secured, so Checker DC is going to be comfortable in terms of the gold. You already mentioned the BF sword earlier on, Reed. If you could show how much gold is he recalling with. Yeah, 1900. That is going to be some solid items.
Yeah, for sure. And you see the gold difference across the map. Rumble is actually getting a hefty gold lead on towards Casio now. Obviously, we've seen the top gold difference, and we kind of expected that with how much they put to shut down this one early. Which isn't a bad scenario, like you mentioned. Aatrox being fed and being in a side lane, being annoying, is a good way to stop this one by combo.
Yeah. Also, just want to put it out that we should probably call the top lane of GG Bash Third. Oh boy, a mouthful. I'm gonna mess it up. Since MCon was the tag from the earlier team, so yeah. Sorry for that mistake so far. I'm going to call him his actual name.
You can just call him Bash if you want to avoid
Yeah,
ever
messing it up.
yeah, ever mispronouncing it in the other way.
Could do. Back in the game though, bot lane there is a lot of pings happening and quite a few circles there. Ah, that's just the Herald being spawned with Jazz down there. I think it will get a charge. It doesn't get the plays though to anyone. Jazz was too far away.
But that was mainly just put there so they can secure the dragon. But they're gonna be contested for this dragon. They have to back away. So this dragon is completely gone to Glorious Gaming after even using the Herald too.
And it's an ocean one, so not necessarily the most influential, but I guess some health you won't scoff at, and it means that if you want to go for that soul, you can deny it from the side of Lionscreed quite early on.
So I can't help but mention that I feel like it was a little bit of a misplay with the Herald because I get the idea what they wanted to do. They wanted to give Aatrox the plates to actually snowball him a bit hard, but actually didn't get him any. Whereas I feel like a better option would have been to put it mid and trying to help pressure get the push. Regardless if you don't even go towards Dragon after, it's just going to help get closer towards opening that mid tower.
Jazz is just dead in the bot lane. The bullet time opening up, and now Buzzy in a lot of trouble. Dawning Shadow is going to come out. The equalizer lay down. Food actually takes too much damage, and Mafab gets the kill in the mid lane across the map 1-for-1.
Two players at the same time, bot lane going aggressive onto Aatrox, showing them they're not even scared of him, not at all. MF has a full Essence Reaver. She has nothing to be scared of. She has so much damage in the bag, and just obliterating Aatrox. And we're gonna also get a replay on this as well. So we see
I think
them
it
pressuring.
started by a clean knock-up into the ulti.
Aatrox just getting pressured down on the wave, looking for a trade back, knock up into the bullet time, and it's just completely lights out. And there's still plates on that tower, so they're just going to be working towards that after. We also had a play in the mid lane where they just focused so much onto Tom Kench. And there's a reason you can't focus Tom Kench, and that was exactly why, because the damage they put out wasn't enough to kill the Kench, and they was able to trade back the damage, with Senna still being untouched.
Yeah, Nafab has now completed the supporting item, so quite a bit of damage. Actually wonder how many are those souls, or what is even Senna collecting? The stacks, how much is Mafab sitting on right now? Because if it's something like 40 or 60, then you are starting to look at the point where he just is completely obnoxious. Missed, that's what they call. Thank you, Reed.
And we also have double stopwatch on the bot lane too. So this can also be a way of negating some of the wombo combo. If they look for a play onto the TK, onto the Senna, it can be a stopwatch just to them being picked up by TK, or TK just using a stopwatch till his team arrives. It can be a way of just negating any of the wombo combo.
A lot of grouping around the mid lane going on now as Food Michael are also staying around that. The Herald is up. Glorious Gaming could look for that objective. There won't be too much contest, especially now that Broham is here. Bash is going to be the target. 1 versus 2 on the Yor. No flash, and Broham gets the kill.
And Orn being shut out of the game even more. He's finally only got his Sunfire, but he is being a very big focus in this game. And a solid reason why, just snowballing his Aatrox, keeping him annoying in the side lane, keeping Aatrox as an option you have to answer. You have to send more than one person towards now, because Aatrox will start getting out of control.
Yeah, so far 34 CS ahead, but 1-1-1. And I mean, Bastard does have quite a lot of armor, so I don't think it's going to be a problem just yet. But yeah, if you extrapolate the pattern, then definitely something's going to go down as 2 teleports into the mid lane. Equalizer is going to be already down. Broham shut down by the Rumble, and now Buzzy stuck in the middle of the fray. He will have to flash out as Bash goes gold, and Nox now locked up in the Cataclysm, tries to pop the shield. Who Makalar is going to have to jumping out. So many low health bars on the side of Lionscreed, but no one else is going to be dying. Mafab on the flank, he's doing quite well. Checker looking to run down Buzzy. The tongue lash coming out. Buzzy still somehow alive, takes the blast over the wall, and Mafab is now going to be the target. Done. Stylus onto him. The root connects. Mafab trying to walk it away. Is he going to be able to? The flame spitter doing a lot of work. Mafab down to about 100 health. The turret in the mid lane has been destroyed. Grand Entrance not connecting, but Dan Stylus still goes on a rampage, and Glorious Gaming win the fight in the mid lane.
That was one hectic fight, to say shortly.
Yes, it was.
A lot of action in the space of a few seconds. You've seen the value of the Tom Kench actually come out in that fight a lot of times. He was able to just soak up so much damage and actually able to deny a few kills in that team fight by eating the right people at the right time. But it goes in the favor of Glorious Gaming. Rumble getting even more big in this game. He has 4 kills. Leandri's Torment complete, sitting on Oblivion Orb, and MF's almost towards her Infinity Edge as well. So Glorious Gaming actually took that fight pretty convincingly. Mafab had a really good flank at the first, but he overstayed his welcome and was able to just get run down.
Mountain Drake is up. Glorious Gaming, they want to contest for it. Put themselves at the sole point. Dan goes into the pit. And okay, for a second I thought he might be in some trouble there, but able to rejoin with the rest of the squad very fast. Knocks on the flank, throws on the Miasma, getting some damage in onto Bastard, and now Mafab walking in.
The Equalizer is available right now.
So is the quickness, so is the bullet time. Pretty much all of the ultimates are just coming in. Cataclysm in to the bullet time and the Equalizer, exactly what to see. But Nox, he's somehow still alive. Jess falls down in the backline. 1-for-1 for now. The Drake is going to be the target. Who's going to take it away? Stolen by Checker. Neither of the smites is going to land through, and Call of the Force God now finds the knock up onto Bazzi. Mafab goes golden. Nox throwing down the petrifying gaze, but Checker comes in through for the cleanup. Shut down, picked up onto Nox, and Lionscreed are scattering in front of Glorious Game.
And just really well played by Glorious Gaming. The only thing what was disrupted is Jez was able to interrupt the Misfortune Orb, and that sort of delayed the fight for Glorious Gaming, but it wasn't enough to actually stop them winning that fight because they just executed it really well. Wasn't able to have anyone touched other than Jarvan. Jarvan was just sat in that entire team, tanking everything. And Jarvan's getting so tanky right now. He's nearly got his Gargoyle Stone Plate. Should have enough for it on.
Just look at all those items as well. The gold, yeah, 9,000 for Checker. He's the guy that we haven't really talked about, but most gold in the game by far. The second highest is Dan Stylus on that Rumble. It's just massive gold advantages. I'm not going to compare to Senna because, of course, it's fasting Senna, so you are expecting a massive gold diff. But still, 9k, it's big.
Definitely big. And with the items coming online for the side of Glorious Gaming, they're just going to look for constant aggression now. They're pushing this Rift Herald in towards mid lane, trying to get an answer from Lionscreed.
Turret chunked down low. Herald is going to be taken down, so the turret still stands as it is, but 2 items completed on Checker, 1.5 now on Dan. Dire for the Lionscreed. They have 2 items on Nox, so the damage is decent. I voiced my concerns in the champ select. You are fairly short ranged compared to these ultis, and we saw that in that fight. Nox just can't get the damage onto the people that need to die.
And we also see the new Death Stance being built onto Aatrox. It builds out Aegis now, in towards the Coldfierce Hammer, and I think it's a pickaxe still. No, sorry, it's a Vamp Scepter. I'm trolling. You have a little bit less damage now, which is by 20, so you have 60 damage now, but you have more resistances, so it's better for bruisers. It's really easy build path just in general. And talking of Death Stance, Aatrox is about to reach his death with the team collapsing on him.
1 versus 3. Good knockup coming in from Kill Holing and Jess. No matter how much killing you have, it's not enough. Checker DC goes on a rampage. 4th kill on the Misfortune being picked up.
And this is the thing with picking Senna. There's no option towards doing this Baron here. because she's so slow. Sure, you have Cassio as an option, but Cassio wasn't even able to move down towards that because Rumble was already in top lane. You don't even have any option to punish this bot lane rotation.
Yeah, 22 minutes in, Glorious Gaming are looking confident, but I think we just have to kind of bring ourselves back. The game isn't over yet. Lionscreed will keep trying because, as far as we know them, but now another quickness into the bullet time, dealing decent damage, but not enough onto the tanky members. Nox now joins the fray. He misses the ulti though. Miasma comes down and Checker is just going to take him out. You have to believe Buzzy on the backside of the fight, trying to buy some time. Enough for Mafab and Broham to escape, but 2 quick kills picked up by Glorious Gaming.
And Glorious Gaming are looking strong, to say the least. They are playing this game really well. They're playing towards their comp almost perfectly. Sure, they sort of sacrifice the owner a little bit. I mean, that's probably the best member you can sacrifice in this game.
Now this true inhibitor falls down as we speak.
And it's the best inhibitor to take at this moment because it opens the Baron even more for your team.
Exactly. Someone's gonna need to be in that bot lane responding to it. Then you just pull the trigger, you go to the Baron. There's only one teleport in the next... Oh, god damn it. If the teleport comes, I don't even know how long until Nox's TP is up. But there's only one teleport for now, for the side of Lionscreed. And if you burn that, if you're Glorious Gaming, they have no more.
And even if you do commit the teleport to stopping Baron, if they go towards the Baron, what happens there? Because you still run it directly at the team what wants you to fight them.
That's true. I don't think I have the answer to this.
Aatrox does have his 2 items. That's some shining light, but as soon as he CC'd, he is dead here. And they're looking for a fight here. There's a TP flank.
Yeah, Bastard looking for that ultimate. Oh boy, the wombo combo! That's what we wanted to see from the side of Glorious Gaming. Nox gets a nice petrifying gaze. It's just too little. It is simply too late. Up by Checker. Keelhauling gets Maffa. Broham, the last man standing. All the OTs piled in as they should be. Broham now on the run, but he's going to be taken out. And the ace picked up by Glorious Gaming.
And I pretty much think this should be the game here. Death timers are quite long. They're just going to look towards opening mid. They might actually just opt towards Baron after this. There's still 20 seconds. I think they have enough to end, but it's whether enough they're going to opt towards it or not.
It is going to be risky if they're going to take that option. And yeah, now with Buzzy being up, Mafab respawning, Glorious Gaming just take the second inhibitor. But they're looking strong, and there is nothing that Lionscreed could have done once they found themselves in that position.
And instead they opted towards taking the dragon, taking an inhib, which is just a safe option because you can have 2 lanes pushing of super minions. Probably just look for the Baron, or you could either just go all top, force them to fight you, and end the game from there. Lionscreed, it's going to take a miracle for them to come back into the game, and it's horrible to say it in such a way, but they're just so far behind on gold.
Not only on gold, but also ease of execution.
So you see the split focus here. They tried focusing on the mean side. Jovan got the perfect engage into the wombo combo, so it just didn't matter. You had 2 people trying to focus the wrong target, and then it's just pretty much lights out. The wombo combo was executed, and then just the slow execution of the Rek'Sai.
Glorious Gaming with their new roster are looking great. It's really a shame that even if they were to win all the remaining games, it's too little to see them in the playoffs, but they can definitely mess up with the teams, and Lionscreed are looking to be the first one in the line. The Baron now starts. Broham is being zoned away from the pit. He will be trying his luck to get into the pit. You have to try if you're Lionscreed, no matter how dire the chances. You can't just give up. That's the equalizer down. Broham is going to be the target, blown to pieces. Checker is legendary. That's the clean Baron secured by Glorious Gaming.
And they're pretty much just going to waltz through top now, bring in the Baron minions. Rumble is going to escort mid. He's able to rotate obviously fast, so it doesn't really matter him being in the mid lane. And it's just going to be a case of time now.
Really is. That Mountain Soul as well, something we didn't mention, giving extra just shields and survivability to Glorious Gaming members. We really start to question that there just isn't enough damage. Nox might be nearing 3 items, but who is he going to hit when the majority of the damage comes from 2 screens away?
And I think the reason why we just glazed over the Mountain Soul is because even if they didn't have this Mountain Soul, I don't think it matters at this
Probably
point.
doesn't. It just makes it even more difficult as Nox. That's a massive petrifying gaze. The target is Checker. Can he be blown up? Look at the misfortune. The healing is massive. Nox, he is able to survive, and the shutdown picked up by Jez. The engage comes up from the mid lane of Lionscreed, but is it enough? As he falls down, Mafaf, he has to be the damage dealer. Jez on that Aatrox also sustaining onto the side. The wall laner is going to come up. Broham flies into the backline with that Void Ride, and he gets out as well. Lionscreed, beautiful engage, 2-4-1, and they are able to buy themselves some time.
So they're able to take a fight before the equalizer even comes up, and because of this, they're able to catch out MF overstepping. She healed an insane amount, but it didn't matter. The Casio engage was insane.
Yeah, Nox coming up clutch. That's what we want to see. And the relatively new mid laner of Lionscreed, they're not done yet. Broham going for the flash, knock up onto Dan. Equalizer falls out. If he can get the damage in, not gonna get roasted today. Shutdown being picked up by as the quickness coming through. Now Bash and Keel are going to try and buy as much time as they possibly can. That's teleport being committed by Nox. He wants to get the cleanup done. Noxious Blast, Twin Fangs, one after another onto Kill Holding. You have to believe he's going to drop sooner rather than later to that Cassiopeia, unless the Grand Entrance might get him out. Petrifying Gaze was committed. Look at Bastard though, because he is really hard to kill. Finally, Broham taking him out. The Rakan did get away, and the Nexus turret might suffer from Lionscreed.
So I think you've got to argue that there's some communication issues from GG. And I can be the one to say that from outside the game, because you can see how split target focused that fight was. Rumble had a perfect equalizer. If they moved forward with Rumble instead of trying to kite back and kill the Rek'Sai, they actually should have been able to take that fight pretty convincingly. But because obviously there's still a new team, still all new players just thrown together, you can sort of expect these small little mistakes. And they're still looking strong regardless. But Lionscreed are showing some light in this game and showing that it's not over yet. Aatrox has 3 items. Cassiopeia should have Rabadons very soon. And that's what we've got to watch out for. Can they catch Misfortune again?
Yeah, Checker is the target we gotta watch for. Majority of the damage sitting on him right now for Glorious Gaming. If he gets caught out like that last, you have to believe the result will be similar. The other person we have to start watching is Dan. Working towards the 3rd item on Rumble is starting to become a threat. But outside of that equalizer, you can deal with him. So Lionscreed, your focus has to be on Checker DC.
Definitely. He's always going to be the main target. Cancelling his damage, cancelling the wombo from the MF bullet time is always going to be your priority focus. Cassio doesn't have flash to execute the flash engage like she did last time, so it's up towards other members of Lionscreed if they can get onto Misfortune.
Alright, let's look at all the ultimates that are up, pretty much all across the board. All the inhibitors have respawned for Lionscreed, so they have some time. Here comes Call of the Force, with Cataclysm into the bullet time. Broham is going to be out. Nox still outside of the range of engage, he's doing fine. But that's a massive knockout from Bastard. Is it going to be enough? Equalizer finally falls down. Jet is the front line of the Aatrox with the wall ender. Fuzzy kind of falling low. You gotta be careful on the damn cage. Nox throws down Petrifying Gaze. That's a QSS out already from Checker. And Glorious Gaming are going to satisfy themselves with one inhibitor, making that a 2nd one as well, but no one died.
No one dies here is the main thing.
Oh,
Aatrox TPing into the
teleport
backline.
from Jez, and Lionscreed is that the desperation play. Will it work out for them? There are basically no ultimates. Nox gets the first kill of the fight. Look at the Cassiopeia in the backline. Checker needs to be the target. Exhaust is going to be thrown down. Flash away from the Misfortune. And now the front line of Glorious Gaming is getting hammered down. Bastard's still doing fine, but the rest of the members not necessarily the same. The root, it connects onto Checker. The Misfortune stunned up, rooted, shut down by Mafa. And now Bastard dashes out. Lionscreed, they get the kills they need. And can they turn it into anything more?
Delay in the fight was so well done by Lionscreed. They were able to re-engage when the side of Glorious Gaming have no ultimates to answer anymore, because they already used every single thing on trying to get that fight. Aatrox able to re-TP in, get the flank, get some really good damage down, just able to follow up his team really well. And they're going to get the Elder Dragon here. I don't think Orlan's going to be able to get the hit.
Now he is not. Jess is there, an Elder Dragon picked up by Lionscreed. They don't give up. They keep on going. That's the Abyssal Voyage coming in from Buzzy, bringing Nox as well. Bastard, you might be an Elder Dragon, a Mountain Soul, or still not enough. The kills coming through.
This is a long death timer as well. That's 50 seconds with Ornn off the map. That's nearly a full minute of just no Ornn at all. That's going to buy a lot of time for Lionscreed to just be picking up his farm, what's running into the base. They have Elder, so they're just going to pick up farm slowly and probably look for a fight because they are looking strong when they can delay fights.
Baron up though. What can Lionscreed do? Can they afford to give it up? I think is the more important question that I honestly don't know the answer to. Because they've been winning fights, but can they defend against Baron buffed up minions? I think they're not willing to find out, as you can see them all moving towards that Baron pit.
They're looking towards moving towards it and committing for it because it might just be too little too late with the minions, but Aatrox has to go back. Aatrox doesn't have TP here, and it's just a game of waiting time. Glorious Gaming have TP on Rumble and Ornn.
Talking about Ornn, Bastard uses that to join the Baron Prey. All the ultis are up. You saw the wombo combo. Glorious Gaming, they always have that card. They can pull it up their sleeve whenever they want. And Lionscreed always need to be wary about it. Kill Holing is gonna be walking behind that pit. Mafab and Nox. If they get caught out, it could spell the doom for Lions. The Baron down to about half HP. Broham is over the wall. If you look at the levels of the junglers, both at level 14. Here comes Cold the Forge with great devour, and bullet time has been expanded as well. That's 2 big ultimates already gone from the side of Glorious Gaming, and they get absolutely not. Look at the Baron down to 2.5k. The Equalizer is going to calm down. Nox still doing other damage. The Baron is going to be secured by Food Macalar. Broham unable to get a steal. GA is going to be popped, and I think he might be left for dead. Has got the flash. Can he get over the wall? Does not even try. Dan gets a kill. Baron buff for Glorious Gaming. Lionscreed, now they're under a bit of pressure.
So they're trying to jockey with having Aatrox in the base, trying to deal with the minions, and trying to get in a position where they can actually contest this Baron. But there's no point where Glorious Gaming stopped DPS in the Baron. So they're just constantly keeping it going. Even if it was a 50-50, it was still more in favor of Glorious Gaming because they was able to just turn and fight there straight away because Aatrox doesn't have TP and he was the one answering the minion. If I was the side of Lionscreed, I would have put Cassio in the base there, answering the minions. With her having TP available, you could look for a fight, especially when you had Elder on the board.
Still no bullet time for Checker, but the last inhibitor is the target. No one really is contesting that Misfortune. Checker free hitting the bot lane inhibitor. Last one remaining, and Lionscreed, they can't afford to lose it. It's going to be so difficult defending against triple super minions coming in, or well, double in every lane. But now it is taken down. Baron buff up for Glorious Gaming. Lionscreed, the last stand in their base. They have to make it work. They lose here, they lose the game. And it would be such a tough one to lose in terms of how much work has already been put from both of these teams. The first Nexus Tard is going to be taken down. Second one is now hammered away by all those minions. No one is really clearing it up. Look at Broham, he's in the backline already. Checker kills him immediately, and the no-caps connect in the one fight that matters for Glorious Gaming. Triple kill picked up by Checker. Jess already, he knows it's done. And Glorious Gaming, winless no more. They're going to take down Lionscreed in 35 minutes.
So the new Glorious Gaming are looking like a team what can't be overlooked anymore. Revamped roster, revamped team, revamped style, and they came in strong in this game. They have obviously a few small issues, but you expect these sort of things out of a new team. And able to take down the Lionscreed, who actually looked strong at some points in this game, coming back even despite the gold difference. Glorious Gaming get their first win.
They do, and in such a nail-biter of a game, because Lionscreed, they put up a fight. And Glorious Gaming still were able to shut them down. We are going to get a replay of the last fight, I believe? Yeah, so, I mean, everything just connects.
So Ornn's on the perfect flank here. He's on the side where he can actually just hit so many members with his Call of the Forge Guard. And it's just a matter of time that Lionscreed had to go. They had to go before they lost the base. Rek'Sai had to go. Goes in, gets absolutely obliterated, and Call of the Forge Guard just hits 3 members with the bullet time on top. And it's just too little too late. The minions just doing so much work to the base as well. It's just, you knew it was over at that point. And just like I said, the Rek'Sai got obliterated before they could even get a proper engage.
Yeah, so Lionscreed, what that means for them is they cannot lock in playoffs this week. And this loss, definitely not the best one to be feeling. It's not over for them, but damn, look at this damage. Jesus Christ.
insane damage from Misfortune and Rumble. Even Ornn did 18k damage. Tank, by the way. And just insanely well played by Glorious Gaming. They executed their comp. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of their games now. I'm looking forward to see who else they can take their new style to, who else they can actually take down, because they're a team to be reckoned with now, and they could play spoiler for more teams.
All right, I'm really looking forward to that. Honestly, Glorious Gaming, they're looking strong. They have their next match against Core Dynamic as well. That's going to be definitely one to watch out for. But I think it's going to be at least it from me and Varys. We are going to jump over into a short break. I'm not sure if there is an interview being set up, so you should find out soon. But if not, then we will be. I mean, there will be 2 other casters casting for the last 2 games, so stay tuned because we have more coming today.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away. Run away, run away, run away, run Getting stronger every day. To the bullets and the flames. But the fire's in your eyes, and there's no place left to hide. You got nowhere to run away. No, you got nowhere to run away. Run away, 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 run
Good hello there, and welcome back to some Square 1 action. Week 6, day 11, and games 3 and 4 of the afternoon as Glorious Gaming take on Core Dynamic, followed by Split Raiders taking on Lionscreed. Now, I'm joined in the casting booth by Varus, and Varus, you got to witness something truly remarkable recently. Why don't you tell all of our viewers what that was?
So we've seen the newly revamped Glorious Gaming in full fashion. They came out with a straight wombo combo. There's like, how do you like it now? Executed the wombo multiple times in the game to an absolutely insane level. So I doubt they're even going to be able to get the same comp again if Core Dynamic did watch the game. If they do, this could be another win for Glorious Gaming because they do look strong. They look like a complete new team and they will contest a lot of teams for wins.
Now, of course, as you mentioned, it is a revamped roster for Glorious Gaming. There is that beautiful one on the top left of your screen that I'm sure Glorious Gaming will be very proud of. Now, in that game against what, let's be honest, was a high-flying Lionscreed, they had 3 wins in a row. Lionscreed is something rather intriguing, which was not banning away the Ornn, and Glorious Gaming, they snapped that up. However, despite Glorious Gaming having, you know, a very nice comp, it did look sketchy at one point, and it looked like Lionscreed were about to come back, so I guess we want to see Glorious Gaming just be a little bit cleaner in their execution.
And these sort of like small mistakes you kind of expect because it's a brand new team. So you expect small execution errors or communication errors. You expect stuff like this to actually appear. So we're all human. We expect these small mistakes. And just seeing that still, there's still so much shining light coming through from Glorious Gaming that you just have to keep your eyes on them right now because they can beat anyone.
They could indeed. And Core Dynamic, well, they come into this game being the second lowest team in the league. Only Glorious Gaming behind them. And if Glorious Gaming can pull out a win here, sure, they're not going to be able to make playoffs, but they could be able to pick up that 7th place spot. Now, the bans from Core Dynamics, none of those bans target any of the picks that Glorious Gaming picked up in that momentous game, let's say, against Lionscreed. And Glorious Gaming, once again, they snap that on right up for Vashstad in the top lane.
I'm surprised to see the Ornn actually get through here. After last game,
Yeah.
Sure, it was abused. Sure, they did kill it. Did it matter? No.
No. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm very surprised to see it come through. Obviously, Core Dynamic must have an answer to it. Vladimir is the flex, so we don't know where it's going yet. So they've obviously got a game plan in mind, and they also take the new Wukong, which is seeing some success today. Obviously, didn't come out with a win, but was played very well by Varte earlier today.
And I know there was some mention about Wukong Yumi potentially coming through. So I would like to see that Yumi getting picked up. I've never seen it, but from the sounds of things, it could be pretty disgusting. And we'll see if that gets picked up as Glorious Gaming. They're not going to go for that MF. They're going to be taking the Aphelios, which has got a little bit of a nerf and outputs a little bit less damage as to what he would do a couple of days ago.
But still doesn't matter. The way I basically call Aphelios, he's basically just your better Varus because he does everything you want from an AD carry because he's got so much in his kit. He's got roots, he's got heals, he's got slows, he's got extra CC, he's got AoE. So he's always just going to be a staple point for AD carry. I don't think there's ever going to be a time where you're not really going to see Aphelios near the top of the table.
Right.
I think it's always just going to be a strong staple point. And rounding out their comp with a Rek'Sai, so not going for as much as a wombo combo this time, but there's still a strong core there already.
Yeah, and they're leaving out that support pick for a little while longer, which I do like. Now, in terms of the overall composition, I personally, Varus here, I'm not a fan of the Rek'Sai. I would have liked to see something like the Jarvan, like the Zac. But when I look towards the Ornn, look towards the Aphelios, and maybe we'll see something like the Rumble again in the mid lane, I do quite like the aggression that the Rek'Sai can bring early on in the game for the side of Glorious Gaming.
It's mainly because there is a Wukong on the enemy side, and there's a chance of that being jungle. So they want the Rek'Sai towards actually being able to combat the Wukong, whereas it's going to be a bit harder for the likes of Jarvan, Sedge, Zac. All the tankier options are going to be a bit harder to play against Wukong, as Wukong would run Conqueror and able to just burst them down and take the longer trades, which will benefit him. So Rek'Sai is the better option, and that's sort of why they opted towards it. So I sort of understand that why, and you've also already got a staple point with your strong engage of Ornn already, so.
The only other thing that I think could have been good for the side of Glorious Gaming instead of the Rek'Sai was if they had taken the Braum, because Braum Aphelios is a very strong duo, and of course you deny the Braum away from Core Dynamic, which would be a great counter into the Ornn. Speaking of Braum being a good counter into the Ornn, the Core Dynamic side have locked that one in. Do you think that's going to be enough to counter Bastard in the top lane?
So they heard you, Milky. They definitely heard you.
Mm.
Will it be
Some
enough?
would say I called it after they picked in the Braum. But who knows? Who knows?
Will it be enough? I don't think so. Like, so you see it commonly picked so often to deny the Ornn, but a lot of just smart Ornns will just hold it for long enough that you've just got more than that to block anyway.
Yeah.
You've got Aphelios who also needs blocking, which is also pretty much game winning at some stages in the game. And what else they round out the comp with is just going to decide how Braum is going to have to be played.
And Core Dynamic leaving that ADC pick to the very last. Why they do that, I don't know, because they know that Glorious Gaming is going to be playing this Aphelios, and to be honest, I wouldn't be very surprised if we do see something like the Senna coming through. The Diana gets locked in, so Glorious Gaming do get the counter pick, and they lock themselves the Mordekaiser in that mid lane, unless maybe we see the Ornn going mid as the Draven gets hovered, and this is a champion that did get buffed coming into the most recent patch.
He may have got buffed,
Oh,
but
yeah,
we've
sorry.
already had an AD carry locked in.
Ignore me. I got overly hyped by seeing a Draven and didn't think.
The big debate hit you in the face. The
Very.
Mordekaiser is actually pretty good into Diana, and actually seen as a common pick into her. Mordekaiser mid lane has popped up more popularity than top lane now, as he's got quite a few easy matchups in mid lane, and people underestimate him a lot. And able to take someone like a Vlad, a Wukong, a Diana out the fight entirely is a valuable asset to have in this game.
Yeah, and now the Sivir getting locked in, and I know Sivir is very horrible if you happen to be playing Rakan, which Heel Hauling is most certainly doing. However, we haven't really seen a lot of Sivir in any kind of competitive play, just hasn't been that strong a champion. And I guess Core Dynamic want to just scale right to that late game where the Sivir, the Vladimir, and the Diana will all be super, super strong.
It just shows they don't want to play through the bot lane with this pick, because when you've got a Aphelios Rakan on the other side, who quite aggressive lane, able to actually just be constantly in your face.
Yeah.
Where you've got lanes like Diana who want to get ahead, you've got a Vladimir, you've got champions, if they get ahead, they can snowball the entire game out of control. And the Diana's going to be the main focal point here. And I think that's where a lot of the focus is going to be. As soon as Maud hits 6, it doesn't matter if you gank this Diana anymore. So you need to get her ahead pre-6, and that will be able to spell out a lot of the game for Cordano if she is the one getting her ahead.
Yeah, indeed so. So we'll take a look towards Avate, looking towards that mid lane, try to get Laka ahead. And let's be honest, Laka has been having a pretty good time lately. If we rewind back to a week ago, sure, he didn't have a great time into game 1, but game 2 against Absolved, Laka looked absolutely incredible. And then today as well, on the Varus, he absolutely popped off. And Diana, I feel like you can be a little bit more aggressive with a Diana than a Varus. So let's just see how much he can style on Dan here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought that up, because like you said, Luka played so well today that he nearly was able to claw back the game for his team. It's just unlucky that there was a mega feather earlier in that game.
Yeah.
There wasn't too much he could do, but can he be the shining light for his team in this game as well?
Yeah.
He
I
has
guess-
the tools, he has the champions, just is the execution going to be there for Core Dynamic?
The only thing I'm sad about is I've been seeing so much Core Dynamic picking the Yi here and there, but I've never got a chance to cast on it, and I guess I won't have a chance still with Avate on the Wukong. But then again, I feel like Wukong is in a similar place to Yi in the sense that if they get strong, they can absolutely dominate a game.
Yeah, definitely so. And obviously Wukong now able to cast his ultimate twice. It's just so much disruption in a team fight. His clone actually attacks people now. So it attacks the last person you damaged, and it will attack for 40% to 60% of your damage. It used to be higher, but that did get hot fixed almost instantly. And also his clone can ultimate as well. so you can double ultimate and cross them over for the knockup.
Oh no. You know what? They just need to make a couple more changes to Wukong, and he's effectively just going to be Shaco, but worse. Which does not sound very pleasant. However, Glorious Gaming 1 in 10, Core Dynamic 3 and 8. Glorious Gaming are flying higher than they've been all season after an emphatic win against Lionscreed. Core Dynamic, they were coming in strong, and to be fair, they had a good game against Split Raiders, who are looking very strong, having beaten the undefeated Nuclear Storm Gaming. Who do you really put your money on for this game after having seen the draft?
You see, it's hard to choose one because they're both flying high on momentum. Despite Core Dynamic losing, they got so much good momentum and so much like good energy from that game because how well they played to actually stall out that game for as long as they did. Because it looked like a doomed game for them, especially in terms of like team comp.
Yep.
No one thought the Varus would get that fed against Zed. No one thought the Varus would do that well with SQ1 camping him, but he did. So it's really hard to choose a team to bet on when both teams are flying high on momentum. Glorious Gaming obviously coming off a big win as well. So I honestly don't know. I'm honestly literally 50-50 right now.
Now, it might be a hard game to call, but I think one thing that we can agree on is this is going to be a scrappy game. As you mentioned, Core Dynamic were able to find that little something to be able to keep their chances alive against Split Raiders. And Glorious Gaming, you know, despite having a very strong showing against Lionscreed, they do have those patches that can be exploited, as Lionscreed did. And while it wasn't enough for Lionscreed, who knows, maybe Core Dynamic will be able to find that little bit and turn this game around. Game 1 of the day got turned up massively when it looked like, when it looked like Core Dynamic were going to have the win, and then Split Raiders ended up picking it up, and then we saw that again in Game 2. Maybe we'll have Game 3 with a massive debate at the end.
Who knows? This is all on the junglers this game. Both aggressive junglers. And we've seen the way Core Dynamic reacted to Varte's plays in the game, what they played. Because they was able to roam up to him faster every time. Can they do it this time? And especially with a Sivir being able to rotate the team faster with the ultimate. Are they going to be able to execute it? We'll see as we're getting into the game now.
And I remember that being something that you were actually you were praising Core Dynamic a lot for. Meki was able to rotate so well on the Thresh to be able to get a Laka ahead, despite in the early games not being able to do anything because they were struggling so much in the 2v2. This time though, he's on Braum, so a lot less roaming potential, but certainly can look for roams nonetheless. As we see the 5-man invade coming through from Core Dynamic will get spotted out by a Checker DC, and that will be the end of.
But that's the thing as well. So obviously we talked about Meki's roams. He's still going to be able to do it even though he's on the Braum because he has a really safe AD carry. He has an AD carry he can leave in the side lane for a long time and still be okay. It is quite hard to do much to the Sivir, and Braum's just going to be able to roam up to Wukong. Wukong will be able to proc Braum passive insanely fast with the extra attack speed he gains from his E.
Yeah, and that as well, Retro Master, if he's there, those ricochets will also be proccing the concussive blows very quickly. So it is a nice comp from the side of Core Dynamic, but I feel that this is a case of whoever can get ahead can snowball really well. And even if it is a glorious game, they've got the Ornn, you know, those extra items will be massive. And Core Dynamic, sure, you're going into an Ornn, but you have so many champs that individually just outscale the members of Glorious Gaming.
Yeah, and we see a standard red side start on both teams. But two things I want to go over. Ornn has a refillable as he just claps Vlad in the face. And we have Aphelios with Exhaust and Conqueror. So Exhaust AD carry has started to pick up in popularity. And it's becoming more and more of a thing. And people do like it, especially on champions like Aphelios, where the heavy 1v1 potential is so high. Especially, you could even 1v2 having this exhaust.
Yes.
So, and obviously Conqueror coming through for the extra healing. With a champion like Aphelios, you can stack it pretty fast depending on what guns you have.
Okay, Meki looking very aggressive as Core Dynamic bot lane gets the level 2 first, but they're not going to be able to find the full traders. Battle Dance out will keep their kill hauling going, and Checker DC just finds some return poke onto Retro.
I like this from the side of Core Dynamic. The bot lane instantly pressuring after the level 2. They knew they'd get level 2 first. Walking past the wave, pushing GG back up a bit. Just saying, back up, we're level 2, this is our wave. It's
And
just,
again,
it's more nice.
and there we go. We're seeing that Mordekaiser counter into Lucker instantly with the Death Cross, finding a lot of damage as we look over to the top side. Sanguine Pool coming through, and Tao
Both
will be
junglers
able
are
to.
mid. Look at the
Both.
Rek'Sai. On the wings, waiting for Diana to walk up, even
I
slightly.
think he got spotted out there, but here he goes with a tunnel. Will be looking for the knock-up, but he will not flash forward for it as Varte just clears out the chickens. But that will be all that she wrote.
I think I hyped up a little bit too much, but I was getting so excited. I was like, oh, the early kill onto Diana.
I mean, it's exactly what you said. This is going to be a game that is determined by the junglers, and great to see both junglers looking towards this mid lane, which can be such a high kill lane. And if either mid lane gets ahead, can snowball insanely well. But here we go in the bottom lane. Will there be an engage? No, there will not. And we're just getting a little bit debated here, aren't we, Varys?
Just a little bit, and it's just, like I said, mid lane will be the main focus of both teams. Mord gets 6,
Oh.
he can't get ganked.
That was aggressive by kill hauling, but able to battle dances in. We go with Vati, find some damage. The dash forward coming through will not be able to fund it. And there's the 2v3 outplay potential that this Aphelios Rakan. Oh, and the lockdown coming through as well onto Retromaster, as out come the Duskwaves. Not going to be quite enough. Meki and Retromaster insanely low right now.
They're showing how well they understand their 2v2 potential, and knowing obviously they have exhaust and ignite, they're able to just play this aggressive constantly, able to just chunk out this plate, and they're just not scared. They understand their 2v2 potential.
They aren't scared, but Retromaster, he hasn't been playing like he's scared, and he needs to play as if he is scared, because one knockback from the fire gun would instantly kill him, and that will be the back from Retromaster, and a few turret plates will go the way of Checker DC and kill hauling.
So the thing GG noticed there, when Checker was walking forward, they noticed Braum had no mana. And that just means that there's no Q coming out from Braum, there's no Unbreakable. It just doesn't provide a lot. The only thing Braum can do is hit an auto attack to sort of get the passive on there. And they knew that. They knew that and just walked forward confidently, knowing that there's not going to be much of an answer coming back from the side of Core Dynamic.
Exactly. Now, that first track of the game is going to be the mountain, and you'd have to think that Glorious Gaming have the priority over it. We saw against the side of Lionscreed in Game 2 today. Glorious Gaming were able to get all 4 Drakes and pick up that Mountain Soul. We're just going to see Bashstad just backing off in the top lane, and he can always return with that teleport. Has got that Unsealed Spellbook as well.
So it slightly feels bad for GG that the Soul is not going to be a mountain with how much of like a beefy front line they could have with Mordekaiser on. Unfortunately, they're not going to have that. So still got to wait to see what Dragon Week.
Grand Entrance finds a knock up onto Meki. Out comes the Unbreakable as the Rek'Sai looks for a way in, and that final auto attack won't quite land. There's Taui getting engaged upon, but here comes Lucka and Vati. They find the damage. Taui will survive. First blood goes over to Lucka.
The Diana ultimate pulling Ornn away from Vladimir there after Ornn flashed was so clutch. Really good rotation up. Being able to pick up a kill on Diana is the best case scenario. Diana is the one what needs these kills, and this will help her even more into this Mordekaiser.
And the first Drake of the game is picked up by the side of Glorious Gaming. So it's not all doom and a gloom for them. A kill for a Drake. Not the best trade, but Glorious Gaming will take it. And now they'll look to just get some pressure pot side and look to pick up more turret plates. And this is a case kills versus gold. As here we go in the top lane.
So he catches him with the brittle. A lot of damage coming out there. And nearly gets the Call of the Forge God off. But Vlad able to buy enough time for a team to roam up. But almost gets him again with this auto attack after the second brittle, but Diana ultimate pulling him away, so clutch.
Yeah.
I think we're about to see a dead Wukong here.
And even if he jumps over, he'll go right into Dan Styles, and Makala picks up the kill.
We came back to some monkey business.
Wow.
Not the good type.
I'm I'm kind of disappointed, but I'm not disappointed because you pulled out pun. I'm disappointed because I didn't think of that.
I beat you to it.
You did beat me to it. As in the mid lane, having a bit of a ding dong battle here. Laka just taking some damage from that from the Darkness Arise, and Dan Styles will win the trade fairly comfortably. He's almost 10 CS up on us. Have that first kill, and is getting close to completing that Rod of the Ages.
And as soon as the Rod of Ages comes through, it'll start stacking, which is going to make Dana just more tankier, able to keep Conqueror up a bit longer, obviously, because you're going to be more beefy, and it's just going to help with it that much more in this matchup.
Yeah, also should point out Makalai is much further ahead of Varte in terms of CS. And speaking of Varte, he is near this top side and could look for a potential engage onto Bastard, but will probably just wait as Bastard actually playing quite aggressively here, just looking to zone as looks on the Rift Herald. And I don't know why, Varus, every time I say Makalai, I feel like I'm talking about football. Was it? I'm sure there was a famous footballer called Makalai.
You're thinking of Makaleli, I think.
Probably.
The ex-Chelsea footballer.
There
That
we go.
might be why. Just want to say how impressed I am with Bash for actually doing that ward. Not enough players do that.
Oh, Call of the
talking
Forge God
about that-
finds his mark. Out comes the Sanguine Pool, but Makalai is here. Out come those skills, and Bastard picks up the kill.
That is one dead tower. Able to actually get caught out by the Ornn. Ornn actually showing so much aggression despite being into a counter pick ? The only reason I'm saying
don't
it
know.
like that is because they picked it as a counter, and so
Oh.
far
This is a lot of CC on Duvarte. He's going to get absolutely blown up. First turret gets picked up by the side of Glorious Gaming, but it doesn't matter because, oh wow, that is absolutely huge. Actually, sorry, Glorious Gaming, they find the kill and they find it. I thought that was Core Dynamic who had got the first turret, and there you go, Dan Style takes the kill as well. Glorious Gaming absolutely running rampant here against Core Dynamic.
this Rek'Sai is coming up big in this game, and so is the Ornn again. I just don't get why you wouldn't ban it. Sure, he got nerfed, but he's still Ornn.
Yeah.
And you see the damage coming through onto the flag, able to trade with him so well all the time.
Well, let's just take a look at the replay here in the top lane. As actually we look towards mid first with Laka getting absolutely melted down, and there's just no outplay.
It was just an overstay by Diana. She was able to just get run onto by Mordekaiser with a TP off. See, he had the home guard's movement speed too, so there's just no getting away from that.
Now Varte is looking aggressive, goes in looking for the damage with the Cyclone, will be able to find the knockup. Now Laka is on his way down, out comes the damage. Is it going to be enough? He's running right into a Vladimir. Dan Styles will get taken down, and it's Laka who finds his second kill of the game.
Able to trade back the gold what was just traded from the kill, getting their revenge, saying, you kill our mid laner, we kill you, you have no ultimate. It's just an easy target. As soon as he's not got his ultimate, Dan Styles is an easy target to focus. He's still immobile.
Yeah. And, well, Dan just getting melted there. Well, not really melted, but just can't really outplay when you've got 4 people all running at him. But Glorious Gaming still find themselves in the driving seat. They're almost 3k gold up. They have that first turret. They have that first Drake. And they've still got a while to pick up even more turret plates, as we're probably going to be seeing happening in this top lane sometime soon. So Retromaster just picks up a few turret plates of his own in the bottom lane.
I feel like we haven't talked much about bot lane since that early trade from
Yeah.
Checker and Keelhaulen, because they just played the 2v2 so well that it just looked like there's nothing ever going to happen in bot lane in terms of core dynamic. Because after the 2v3 happening, it just looked like you don't want to return to that.
Well, the Sanguine Pool coming through a little bit early from Taui, and Bastard looks for some counter damage. In fact, he might go all in with a Hemoplague here. Here comes Call of the Forge God. He'll find the knockup. The Sanguine Pool comes through too early. Taui now taking the turret shots, and Bastard will be able to survive. And Taui, he takes more turret shots, flashes out of the Searing Charge, and will be able to survive. But that came really close. In the jungle, the fights are coming through. Meki running very low. The Drake down to about 1000 HP. Varte going solo. Dan Styles picks up the kill as the Sivir will fall as well. It is the side of Glorious Gaming who pick up the Drake, and now Meki and the Diana run for the hills. Retromaster looking for a way out, but I don't think he's going to be able to do this. Looking just to run as quick as he can, but out comes the Void Rush. and Dan Styles will pick up the kill, but Towie might not be done yet. I think actually he is done. Don't want to fight Bashstad there, as Brittle is ready to, but no further engage.
No further engage indeed, and we're not going to get an Infernal Soul either. So two of the ones they'd probably want, they're not going to get. Hopefully we can get a replay of that last fight, because it was so hectic, but it came out in the favor of Glorious Gaming. Aphelios took so long to actually die there. It was actually insane.
Glorious Gaming coming out on top, 6 kills to 3 in a 3k gold advantage. Makla still got that big CS lead over Varte, and also big CS lead in the bottom lane. Retromaster 30 CS down. As here you go, your wish has been accepted, Varys.
They wanted to fight for the dragon, and Braum actually getting caught out early. They're so split off now, not able to follow up anything. Mord getting his priority target, which is the Wukong. There's nothing Wukong can do against this Mordekaiser. And that's just a very big Mordekaiser running at your team after that. They get the dragon, they get the kills, and it's just pretty much a one fight for GG from that point onwards.
Yeah, and Retromaster tries to find the outplay. I think he tried to flash over the wall, but just didn't quite make it work. And then just couldn't have the movement speed to run out of Dan Styles' range.
And
So-
that's a Mordekaiser with 3 kills and a Leandris completed right now. Mordekaiser is very strong.
And I was about to highlight that, you know, the two people for... Oh, actually, never mind. Out comes a Glacial Fissure in the mid lane. The Cyclone coming through. A lot of damage. That's going to be a kill going the way of Core Dynamic. And it goes over onto Retromaster, as now Core Dynamic can look for some damage onto the outer turret in the...
I gotta praise the proactivity from Core Dynamic. but
Oh, here
fight's
comes
not over.
Makala. Out comes the Call of the Forge God. That's a lot of damage. Meki buys some time, but the Unbreakable is not going to deny the Call of the Forge God if he's in stasis. Meki's still low. Bastard finds the kill onto Retromaster. Varte is low. He gets taken down. Good night, Meki. And that is a 3 kills in the fight already, as a hunt now onto like a Grand Entrance finds a knockup. More knockups. There's just so much CC, and Glorious Gaming wipe a Core Dynamic off the...
And there's a triple kill for the Rek'Sai in that fight. Just a really good re-engage by the Ornn. And again, just can't highlight the Ornn enough. Why has it gone through bans?
Yeah, and
It's
even
provide-
if it wasn't winning, you know, we saw in that game 2 of the day, it doesn't matter if it's behind, it's still so valuable.
Yeah, it just provides constant value to your team. The items, the engage, the tankiness. It's Ornn is just such a strong champion, and you can never.
No, you cannot. 15 minutes into the game, and the second Rift Herald has been picked. Now, Towie goes into the Sanguine Pool, but here comes Glorious Gaming looking for the engage. The Protobelt buys some time, but out comes a Moonlight Vigil. It finds the CC, and that's the kill. Makala picks that one up. Now, the TP is coming in. In goes Laka, looking for some damage, but it's not going to quite be enough, as Meki will be able to land the Winter Spy onto Bashstad, but that is all that she wrote.
So Aphelios switched to the Gravitum there to actually get the root onto Vladimir, which is really smart by him. Able to just layer up so they could just run him down.
Oh, keep pulling, getting run down, but this might be the turnaround. The Crescent Strike finds the damage. Out comes the Quickness, finds the mark onto Lucka. The return damage. Meki running low. Oh, but there's a Crescent Strike. Lucka finds a kill onto Checker DC. And now Core Dynamic, they look for more. Bashstad is the focus. They look for the damage, but the Searing Charge will get them away. 2 TBs getting channeled in here. Who will win out of this? Out comes the Call of the Forge God, looking for the damage. Lucka will get hit, but he's in the Death Realm, so it doesn't actually matter. Lucka will not survive, so it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Dan Styles picks up the kill. Could look for Meki, but here comes Retromaster and Makala. The fight's not done yet. We talked about this, Varys, that this would be a massive brawl between these two teams, and the two teams have not disappointed so far.
Definitely not disappointed. It's been action-packed from the get-go, more or less. Even the 2v3 bot lane was just still constant action. And that was such a extended fight where it could have just been finished after the Diana, but they looked for more. They looked to commit for the Ornn.
Oh, Meki, in goes Makala. He finds the damage. One more auto. There comes the kill. Now, Towie, he's stuck between the 2 blue members. Glorious Gaming will be looking for another kill here. The Sanguine Ball will buy some time, but will it be enough? Protobelt, but the Chilling Smite will slow him. The The Q will heal up a bit, but Makala finds his 8th kill of the game at 8-0 and the 3 Rek'Sai. That is pretty disgusting. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Glorious Gaming, they're looking to pick up their 3rd Drake of the game. Retromaster taking a lot of damage already from the turret, as out comes the Quickness, finds the double knocker, Battle Dance out. And now it will be the side of a Glorious, of a Core Dynamic, looking for some damage as the roots are coming through. That's a lot of damage. Out comes the Boomerang Blade. The Cyclone will buy some time, but Checker DC finds the kill. Bastard taking a lot of damage, will get taken down. Now Lucker on about 1 HP. That's a double kill for Checker DC, who now look to chase down Retro Master. Takes a lot of damage from the Boomerang Blade, but is it going to be enough? No, not quite. The healing coming through from the red gun, and Retro Master will be able to run out as Meki joins the party.
Now you can actually breathe, Milky. You get a chance to get some time, to refresh yourself, get some
Cool.
water, because it's been non-stop action, like we said, all fighting over the dragon, and Brom's just going to look to stall him as long as he can, because this dragon isn't going without contested.
16 kills to 6 for Glorious Gaming, a whopping 7k goal lead as well. Glorious Gaming are well and truly in the driving seat, but we saw this against Lionscreed in the previous game, and Core Dynamic, if they can find some of those, let's say, little holes that is the Glorious Gaming team, then they could potentially turn this around. It will be a bit of an ask.
Definitely will be, and Cordano, it looked like they're going to get this dragon, but they're not going to get it uncontested.
Oh, here comes the TP. We're going in comes the Quickness. They're looking for the damage into the grand entrance. There comes the damage. The Drake has been stolen. Call of the Forge God. Meki gets there, taken down. Dan Styles picks up the kill and is onto a rampage. Checker DC looking to find that Gravitum auto attack onto Varte, but Varte will be able to dash out to safe.
So what looked like them trying to secure the dragon as fast as they can came from a quick contest from GG. They knew exactly that they wanted that dragon, and rightfully so. The CDR for the ultimate is so nice to have no matter who you're playing.
Yeah, and right now I'm just thinking that in our final week of a regular split, maybe Glorious Gaming will put in a couple of bigger upsets. If I'm not mistaken, they do have to play against Absolved and I think NSG.
And
Oh, here we go again. Checker DC actually getting blown up straight away. And our Bastard just getting focused on the concussive blows come through. And that is the hole in the Glorious Gaming side that we were talking about. Core Dynamic find it. They exploit it. They pick up 2 kills. And now they can look for them.
so these are some of the few errors we've seen, especially in the last game. We've seen a few times Checker getting caught up front too much. And because of that, him and Ornn pay with their lives, and they might even pay with a Baron on top of that.
They might indeed. Now, Bastard does not have a TP available. Checker DC is not going to be able to make his way in time. It's a 3v4. Who's going to win this? The Grand Entrance not going to be able to find anyone. Battle Dance coming through. The CC is locked onto Dan Styles, who gets taken down. Another shutdown for Retro Master. And now the chase on to Keel Hauling, as he's not going to be able to land, and it will just be 1 kill. But crucially, though, Glorious Gaming, they did.
Delaying the Baron is so important there. Keeping that gold lead ahead. They're still ahead on gold, but these fights are not the cleanest, and they're so chaotic that Core Dynamic are able to scrap up some stuff for themselves and pick up Checker.
Yeah, maybe we can catch a quick replay of it, and as if by magic, it appears on the screen. So Varte with that engage.
The engage was perfect. He caught him out guard. He had no idea that he was coming. This is Wukong for you. He would jump out of nowhere, able to CC him, and on the bot side, Dan Styles picking up the kill onto the Diana.
Yeah, 6-2 on that Mordekaiser. The Nash's Tooth has been completed as well, as Glorious Gaming just look to re-establish some control around the Baron area, just so that they can start that up whenever they want. Of course, though, the more important objective is going to be this 4th Drake of the game, which will be that Cloud Drake. And probably not the best Drake they could have wanted, but less cooldown on the Call of the Forge God, and that Moonlight visual will be appreciated, to say the least, by the side of Brook.
Yeah, for sure. I think I wanted to point out, both AD carries are only on 2 items each, so
Yeah.
Stivit is by no means fully behind.
Oh,
Still
Keel
relevant.
Hauling? Is he going to get caught out here? No, he can battle dance over the wall if he really needs to. Yeah, grand exit. There we go.
Just waiting to slip away when he could. Just waiting for the cooldown to come back up. And also, Vlad, he isn't in the strongest state right now. He is trying to get the right flanks, trying to get onto the right people. But he just doesn't have the damage yet.
Cyclone coming through, Bastard up, forced to flash away, but the chase is on. Out comes the Cyclone, looking for some damage. That's the repeat ult that you were talking about. Unbreakable denies the call of the Forge God. Bastard getting burnt down, the steering charge, will it be enough? Boomerang Blade picks up the kill, and Retro Master goes on to a killing spree.
And again, these are the holes we're talking about. People getting caught out of position. And talking of getting caught out of position, they're looking for Diana, but Diana just waltzes away.
Yeah, Makala cannot risk going all in what is effectively a 4v5 scenario. Now, Core Dynamic will not go for the Baron. In fact, they're going to make their way bottom side and probably look to just contest Vision and try to have priority over the Drake. Makala, 2 levels up on Vate, is going to make things difficult for Core Dynamic to secure this.
Definitely so. And they're going to look to just pick up some items and probably look to contest this dragon because they can't let this go away. They can't let Glorious Gaming get closer to that soul. So this is going to be a heavy contest.
Yeah, as the Realm of Death coming through, Lucka dives in. Is it going to be enough? Lucka getting absolutely melted, and Dan absolutely styling on Lucka to pick up the kill as we move towards the Drake. Vate getting burnt down low. Is he going to get taken down? Yes, he will. Bash Starter picking up the kill. Retro Master getting chased down by Makala, who's looking for the damage. Not sure if it's going to be enough. Meanwhile, Towie is trying to keep the 3 off him, but he's just getting burnt down here. Meki's not here in time to support. Dan Styles picks up the kill as Makala returns to the Drake. Meki's got nowhere to go. The Sivir has already been taken down. That's the ace. Glorious Gaming come out on top with a glorious fight, and they will pick up their 4th Drake of the day for the 2nd time today.
And they're trying to put other teams on notice with this play. They're trying to show teams, we can contest you. We are going to take games off you. They want to show that they are a team they cannot be overlooked anymore. And this revamped roster is doing a good way of doing so. Sure, they're still showing some mistakes, but the other teams will look to explore. But they still show so many good signs compared to their bad.
Yeah, 23 kills to 11, a 7k goal lead, 4 Drakes to none. It feels like deja vu of their game against Lionscreed, but the base is still intact, and until that base is broken open, anything can happen in League of Legends.
And we're getting into a replay now. See, Lucka get caught out
I can't
by
look.
Dan Styles again. This is just a repeat of what's happened all game long. Dan Styles has just found Lucka on repeat. Vate tried getting a good engage, but the...
Going back here to the live action, Towie getting absolutely murdered there, and Dan Styles is just getting kill after kill after kill. Now a 9 and 2, and he is absolutely unstoppable. Got that Rylai's as well, so he's not even going to be able to run away from.
Do people respect this Mordekaiser? It's not seeming like they do, because he's got so many isolated 1v1 kills in this game. It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, and until Towie potentially gets that Rabadons, it's going to say the same. Cyclone coming through, the TP getting channeled, but it might just be a TP of death. Oh, the Call of the Forge God will be able to find the mark onto Mech. He's not able to get the Unbreakable through in time. Vate's getting melted down, might be able to escape, but it doesn't matter. Glorious Gaming are just wiping through Core Dynamic, and that's going to be another 4 kills under their belt. The only member left is Lucka. He's busy farming up in the bottom lane, trying to save the waves, and this is just going to be Glorious Gaming picking up a pretty easy Baron.
So the Baron for Glorious Gaming, and this could be the game at this stage because Glorious Gaming are taking every fight so convincingly. It's looking like Core Dynamic don't have an answer right now, and obviously more than 10k gold up now, and the gold lead is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Look at the items difference as well. Mordekaiser is on nearly 14k to Diana's 10.5. That's absolutely absurd.
Yeah. And look at that jungle difference in gold as well. 5k as Towie stepping forward too far. Call of the Forge God from behind the stop, which will buy some time. But it doesn't matter. Towie gets taken down. Makala is a legendary.
what do you do at this stage? There's not really many options on the table.
You
Rek'Sai
don't do
has
that, do you?
well, get TP flanked by sorry, not TP flanked. He still
But
has
why are
TP.
you
He's
stepping
getting
that
flanked.
far forward without your members? And Varte now is in a. Actually, no, Varte gets fun. That is. I got debated. There we go.
I mean, you could argue that for both teams. Both teams have had a lot of moments this game where they both stepped forward and got caught unnecessary.
Yep.
So definitely something both teams have been repeating.
Now, the siege is coming through, but one good thing for Core Dynamic is they've got the likes of a Vlad, they've got Lucka, and of course they have Retromaster. So there is a fair bit of wave clear for Core Dynamic. But the question is, can they contest on two fronts at the same time? The inhibitor turret, is it going to get taken down? It will. And now the collabs are coming through from the side of Glorious Gaming. Call of the Forge God, he finds the mark onto Towie. He gets a lockdown. Stan Styles is unstoppable. This is just too clean from Glorious Gaming. They find the knockup. They find the damage onto Lucka. Will not be enough to find the kill, but Retromaster and Lucka will just be forced to watch. Towie's getting run down, trying to do his best to buy some time. The Gravitum comes through. Will it be able to lock down? Searing Charge will not land. Towie's just buying time. And Glorious Gaming are still just chasing him on. We just need some clown music to add on the top. Towie flashes. Bash starts not done. He's still chasing as the Nexus turrets are getting taken down at the base. And some time may have been bought for the side of Core Dynamic here.
The worst part is that Vlad delay was so big that stopped him getting any Nexus towers.
It saved the game. I mean, if the game is even savable, if the game has even been saved, I still think it's over, but who knows?
There's still many options. There's still a chance of a miracle fight, especially with what Vlad just did. So yeah.
I think Meki has just shown how his entire teams are feeling with that emote. But one final inhibitor stands, and that Cloud Soul is going to be helping these ultimates coming through. Oh, Meki gets caught, but will be able to get out safely. But the final inhibitor will fall. Call of the Forge God coming in. Will they be able to find the damage? That's a lot of damage coming through. Grand Entrance is going to follow. That's another one. Meki will survive, but the same cannot be said for the Sivir or for Lucka. That's the double kill onto Rek'Sai. It's the Nexus that's open. Towie gets exhausted. Towie will surely get taken down. Indeed he will. Meki falls. The ace for Glorious Gaming. And Glorious Gaming, they go 2-0 on their day. An absolutely fantastic set of games from them. And the Glorious Gaming, I guess, they're back.
So the thing about Glorious Gaming to say now is who do you focus? Because so the game before, it was the Checker show. He played a very good Misfortune, despite getting caught twice. He played a very good Misfortune and was able to position correctly other than them 2 points. This game, Dan absolutely styled on everyone. So, I mean, what do you do to shut down Glorious Gaming when they've got so many options to carry games? You've got a top laner who just seems to stay relevant even when he's shut down. In game 1, he was shut down completely and still relevant. Game 2, he's still relevant and actually just playing so aggressive on the Horn.
Yeah, I actually somewhat disagree with you there, Varus, because sure, I think Checker DC played very well, but I think the mid lane is absolutely phenomenal for Glorious Gaming right now. On the Rumble was 4-0, and I actually think Checker DC, as as easy as anything can get in League of Legends, it was just a case of being in the right position, which credit to him, Checker DC did get, and then just pressing R and letting the bullet time do the rest. But I think Dan Styles was able to play phenomenally well in both games, and he found those solo kills despite not being able to do much early game. And in game 2 of the day with Lionscreed against Glorious Gaming, he did the same thing.
I think the jungle mid synergy is just definitely something we have to watch because I think their 2v2 could beat anyone's 2v2 currently. Because they seem to just move together and seem to be on the same wavelength of everything they want to do.
Yeah.
So that's something we have to watch. We have to watch Dan and Makala against other teams, see how they can do in the 2v2 potential.
Yeah. But on that note, though, we're going to be going into a short break. We'll be right back, though, with an interview from our main man, the Mordekaiser, Dan Style. So stay tuned for that.
welcome everybody to this post-game interview following Glorious Gaming's second win of the day. This historic day when you guys turned around the season with this revamped roster, threw Lionscreed and Core Dynamics playoff hopes way far into question. This is just a stunning performance that you guys have had this first day. How do you guys feel right now?
Well, it obviously feels good to win 2 games after we had not have a amazing split. I don't know. We were just summoned by the manager who told us to play 2 games, and we were like, "Oh shit, we are 0-10. This might end up not too well." But actually, it went pretty well, and yeah, especially the second game was kind of a stomp, so felt really good.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have had a pair of very high kill rate, lots of big team fights kind of style games, which is in the general this meta right now does tend to be a little bit slower. So is this your guys' natural style, just this high kills, loads of fighting, loads of action, or are there more, tricks waiting up the sleeves to come out in the next couple
Well,
of games?
actually, we did not have the main line. Like, we're actually doing tryouts right now, so we did not have actually the real lineup yet. So this was actually our first time playing together, and we
Wow.
thought, what is easy to play? We just pick ult champions. So we picked Jar from Rumble and Misfortune. Like, we got everything we wanted basically. So yeah, it's not really hard to put to do, to just press R and engage, and really easy to do. So I think that was a good idea to do it for the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my next question was going to be how was this new roster built and whether you guys knew each other already. So you said that the manager brought you in. Like, are you guys literally just 5 random pickups from the low Reddit,
No.
or have you guys played together much before?
So we're actually a team who plays another tournament, but we didn't have the best results in those tournaments. So we were looking for additions to our roster, and I and the jungler and the top laner have actually played together for a longer time, and our bot lane was kind of, well, our support had some games with us, but our AD carry was completely new, and I think they played really well. So yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Checkered had a monster game 1 on that Misfortune, and that top side of the map, you say the mid, top, and jungle looked very well in sync in that second game. So after such a strong performance today, you've only got 2 more games in this season, unfortunately, and they are against Absolved and NSG, our second and first place teams, respectively. So given what you know so far of the league, perhaps not that much, how much have you seen of their play, and how do you expect those games to go?
So before this day, I didn't know much about this league, but I just looked up the rosters and I saw that the first place team is the team with Veingod and like other people we know, and we have actually played scrims versus those people. So yeah, we know them, and if we were to play again, I think we have a good chance of getting it again because we almost always win or won the scrim. So but we will see about that.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that one then. NSG, they have faltered a little bit recently, handed their first loss last week by, who was it? Was it Black Lion or Lionscreed? I think one of these kind of mid-range teams that you guys have just spent today wiping up and down the rift. So looking forward to seeing you guys take them on next week. And I think that's all I have for now. This has been Dan Styles from Glorious Gaming. My name has been CJ. This has been Glorious Gaming's fabulous comeback week. And we'll be right back with our last game of the day, which will be taken over by Doctor. He has arrived on the scene to jump in with Milky. That's going to be Split Raiders versus Lionscreed. We'll be back very shortly, guys. Please stay tuned.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're friends. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're friends. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
We like to think we have some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game of the day here in SQ1. I'm joined by Doctor for Split Raiders against Lionscreed, and we've seen some interesting games so far today. Doctor, do you have any hard predictions for me?
Split Raiders take the dub.
Ooh. See, I feel like you're going with a masses here, which is also what I tend to do. So there we go. And on that note, we're straight into picks and bans with the
Honestly,
Cassiopeia taken off.
I thought Lionscreed were doing a lot better than this. I now see the numbers. Actually, see what my coin says. That's the important one. But I think Split Raiders. All I'm saying is that every time I've casted them, they've clapped. So, you know.
I feel though, they clap courtesy of one man in particular who I was able to interview earlier on today, and that's Nazgul, who absolutely pops off on Irelia. And guess what? The other champ he can pop off on is Cassiopeia. Now they've both been taken away from him, so I did ask him if there are any other trumps under their belts, and well, the answer wasn't clear. So let's see if there are any other trump cards that they have available to them.
I feel like if you can clap on Aurelia, you can probably just play Jax as well. Seems a little bit simpler. There have to be a couple of alternatives there. We can see that they're banning out Garen and Darius, and those are champions that do pretty well into the old bruiser top laners. The guys that you sort of have to wait to get your Triforce and your Cleavers or your Death Stars, whatever it is, those expensive items. Someone who's strong early like those would do really nice against them. So that could be indicative of what they want for Nazgul up in the top lane.
It's weird because we were just in the caster chat talking about how broken Garen and Darius are. And they're just taken away, so probably a good thing we don't see them. But the Ornn is available, and we have seen that getting picked up by the side of Glorious Gaming today. Let's see if Split Raiders or Lionscreed want to take it up for themselves. And with the Rakan getting locked in for Split Raiders, it does mean that there is a no Braum counter pick that they could take if Lionscreed do lock in that Ornn.
Yeah, of course the Braum is real nice versus the Ornn. It's actually pretty nice versus Rakan as well, but at the end of the day, you do still get the other benefits from Ornn. It's not just his ult, you're getting the passive as well, and because of that, you might think that it's something Split Raiders still want to pick up. Braum helps versus him, but he doesn't completely remove him. But no, instead, it's actually the Karthus lock-in.
Please lock in Nida. Please. I mean...
Lock in who?
Nida.
Who says that?
You don't call Nidalee Nida? Okay.
You say Nidalee?
Yeah. But it's like a pet name for Nidalee because she's a cat, so I can give her a pet name.
How's it?
Like Nida.
What are you gonna use her javelin for sewing or what?
What?
Nidalee. That's Nidalee.
No, I didn't say Nidalee. I just said Nida.
That's Nida.
Oh god, it doesn't matter. Don't start this now. Morgana gets locked in, right? And there's a Nidalee. Doesn't matter. Now, Morgana jungle is a thing. Could we be seeing Nidalee not in the jungle and Morgana in the jungle here, Doctor?
Oh, let's not. Might really want more jungle to be a thing. Same with the Zyra, but yeah, you could be playing like Bruiser, Nidalee top. That that does exist. But
we were just talking about Skarner's top. But
Skarner's top's the best champion in the game.
Oh yeah, of course. The Lucian gets locked in for Split Raiders, so this is an aggressive bot lane that Electric God and Bonakai have available to them. And Lionscreed have so much flex potential, it's kind of disgusting. Let's see if they add to that flex potential at all, or whether we get a bit more clarity in how this draft is looking for them.
Yeah, they have like a lot of options here, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do want to pick up. Of course, this could actually be the bottom lane for Lionscreed. This is a very flexible situation they've put themselves in. You don't really want that sort of double AP when you run it with Syndra. So it's always really nice to go for something like Pyke is the sort of perfect one if you want the Syndra bot, because then you don't get too punished for people just building a Hex Drinker first item, but it is still an option. And if that was going to be the bot lane, Braum again would have been a really nice choice. This Rakan was picked up really early. And
I guess the other thing that we should mention as well is it could be Morgana mid and Syndra bot. But then Lionscreed do really need some AD source to come through here.
I don't need more enemies.
Yeah, yeah, missing out in that regard. I think it's unlikely that it would be the Syndra bot. So again, they left the Braum open. Of course, if it is the Syndra bot, then Split Raiders have really been outplayed with that first pick Rakan, and this has been an excellent flex pick for Lionscreed, but I have to think that maybe the Rakan was picked so early because there was a lot of respect put on a possibility of a Xayah lane, or
potentially so. But I do like the Morgana pick, and I hope it is in the support role because Morgana is a fantastic counter into Rakan. And there we go. I guess it is going to be Shambles on the Lucian. He has played it earlier this split and made it work. And Electric God. Oh, why wouldn't you pick Xayah here? Come on.
Well, probably because you already have an AZ. Oh wait, they locked in the Caitlyn. Oh no. Ah.
Yeah.
I see.
Yes.
That's a good question. That is a very good question. I've got nothing because obviously you have the Rakan. Caitlyn Rakan isn't great because they have such differing ranges and different ways they want to play the lane. You know, you either want someone who can really lock someone down long enough for the Caitlyn to be able to deploy her traps and get off a full combo for rotation, like a Leona, or you want someone that can use the Caitlyn's range, like a Lulu. Rakan can't really do either of those, and you know, having a Xayah to get away from a Morgana, a Nidalee, a Syndra would have been pretty safe.
Please don't lock in Yasuo. Please don't lock in Yasuo. Please don't lock in Yasuo. God got picked up for Lionscreed. I do like this pick, but I'm just looking at the Lionscreed comp, and it is pretty disgusting. This Ashe Morgana is going to have an absolute field day bottom side. Now, Camille, that is a champion I can get behind, and that is some nice pick potential for the side of Split Raiders. And that being said, Lionscreed have some great pick and a lot of burst damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, the comp's very much lacking in a sort of front line. But yeah, like you say, you have this huge pick potential, especially with that Nidalee being able to be all over the map. You think that if ever the Syndra hits one stun, or you hit one binding bot, obviously the second that Mafab hits level 6 as well, that's a terrifying bot lane. But every time anyone gets CC'd, Split Raiders have to be really scared that there's not just going to be a Dark Harvest Nidalee coming straight over the wall, going to take them out. So very threatening for the members of Split Raiders. Have to keep an eye on that, and they are a very squishy lineup. You know, they have Rakan, who's not a tanky, a support, 2 marksmen, and a Karthus. Like, this is a team that is very easy to pick off. However, you do have these 2 lane bullies on your sort of bottom half of the map. 3 really with the Camilla as well. So this is something that you can lever to get an early advantage, and then if you get the Karthus ahead especially, because there isn't really a tank on the Lionscreed side, you can just hard force fights. You know, Caitlyn gets 1 or 2 pot shots in, then Karthus ults, and that's sort of all you need. So I feel like this is going to be a really snowbally game, but it could go either way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Caitlyn, Lucian, and Camille. You know, these are the lane bullies. But then again, got Syndra and Ashe. I'd also put them in this category of lane bullies.
Yes, for most matchups.
Right.
I'll go out and say the thing is, Ashe actually has an okay time versus the Caitlyn because you can sort of outrange the Caitlyn a little bit with the W, and obviously once you hit level 6, this lane gets terrifying. But before then, the Caitlyn can put out a lot of harass. I think this is actually going to come down to support difference, because again, the Rakan is so not useful in this matchup with Caitlyn, you know. So yeah, because like I said, he can't really match her help her with harass, but he also can't lock people down for long enough that she might be able to get a full combo going. The thing about the Syndra, however, is that basically she's a mage that relies on essentially skill shots, you know, with her Q. Those cost a lot of mana, and Lucian is an auto-attack based champion, so he doesn't really need the mana. On top of that, he outtrades her with autos. So he can dodge.
Did you just say Lucian doesn't need mana?
Essentially, no. He obviously is a fan
but
of
effectively
it.
not.
When you compare it to a Syndra, right? Lucian is very happy to sort of auto you, dash, that's 20 mana. Actually, I think it's 40 level 1, but you know, dash, get the passive proc off, 1 more auto maybe, and then on the way out. And whilst he's doing that, Nox is going to be dropping a full rotation of 150 mana. The autos are doing nothing, and using the dash properly, you can dodge quite a lot as for Lucian. So definitely get the advantage of Lucian there. Should be able to get a good push going as well, because if Syndra throws spells on the wave, you throw spells on the wave, and you match it, and then you outpush because of the auto damage. This is why Lucian makes a really nice mid laner. So I think a lot is going to come down to how Vela Novella and, of course, Brochheim want to play around these lanes because you have essentially winning lanes across the map with Karthus, at least very early on. But this does mean there's a lot of gank opportunities for Broheim because everybody has a way to set up for that Nidley. Everyone's got CC.
Yeah. The other thing I want to bring up here is, just in case people forget, something a little bit about Lionscreed. Last week when they did go 2-0 against the Sparks and Core Dynamic, pardon me, it wasn't Nox who was playing a specific Katarina and absolutely popped off insanely, but it was Broheim who did very well early on to get that initial lead over onto Nox. Meanwhile, Split Raiders, Nazgul has been, the sensation really of the last few weeks, and I feel like it is going to be a battle, between these two particular players to see who can, be that leader for their team in this match.
What I'm really excited to see about in this game, not excited at all, but curious, I suppose is the word, is how many people are running Cleanse on the side of Split Raiders, because I mean, you need that. You put Cleanse on Evolution and then he can go very, very aggressive, but if you don't, it's a little scary.
Yeah. Well, go on then. Give us your prediction. How many cleanses do you think we're going to see?
I think you have to take it on Evolution.
Right.
But you might want to take it on the Caitlyn as well. Of course, you are very long range. You might take it on the Rakan. Of course, you could do the sort of Rakan thing where you do Cleanse an Unsealed Spellbook like a Tahm Kench might. It's not perfect, but it is an option. It's not as important as it might be if you were playing something like the Kench, but you could still see it. So there is up to a maximum of 3 cleanses here, but realistically, it's probably just the one in the mid lane. But
yeah. Now, I'm gonna go out. I'm just gonna go out on a pure gut instinct here. I think only Caitlyn has cleanse. Just a gut feeling.
I think that Caitlyn is less likely to have it than Rakan, and Rakan is significantly less likely to have it than the Lucian, because all Caitlyn players are going to be like, I can, what'd you call it? I can just outrange forehead. I'm gonna walk further away and I'll just dodge the CC. It's not like a Lucian who wants to dash forward, play very aggressively. I think is much more likely. But ladies and gentlemen, as you may be able to see on your screen here, got another tournament.
Wait, say that again. Say that word again.
Tournament. You heard me.
Yeah, you blame me for saying niddly.
What do you call something that you put?
It's a tournament. Tour, not tur.
If someone takes someone is heavily injured and sustains a hefty injury. Fastlane, 28th of March, 5th of April, it's a tournament. Sign up. Yeah. If you get a heavy injury, right, and you need to stem the bleeding, right, and you do that by tying something around above the wound very tight to the point that it would probably permanently damage you, right?
Yeah.
What do you call
a gauze? Wait, I think gauze. I don't know.
You call it a tourniquet.
I've never heard that word before.
You never heard of a tourniquet?
Yeah. No, I've never heard
know
of
what
a tourniquet.
is. They're very important.
But anyway, for those people out there who actually speak English, there is a tournament.
Tournament's not an English word. I'm pretty sure it's French. I'm pretty sure it's a French word.
I'm speaking English, and there's the word tournament. God, now you've got me saying tournament. I hate you, Doctor.
Oh, right. It's a French word. Ha!
Yes, it might have originated from France, but we speak it in the land of England.
How do you say cafe?
Cafe.
Yeah, it's a French word. You say it like it's French. You don't say
the same doesn't apply for.
How do you say croissant?
I don't say it, to be honest. But
you're missing
let's
out.
get back to their game, right? We can go over linguistics at a later date. For example, when we have a 10-minute long pause, as the first poke of the game goes over to Broheim, who finds a very nice spear onto Veli at Novolia.
Yeah, and he clears out the ward as well. What a player.
Oh, sensational stuff coming in.
Yeah, nobody getting the ward trick over. Now, we'll see that Electric God is actually running that cleanse on the Caitlyn. Very insecure, and it's going to take
called it.
You did not, because it was leaked in chat by production. So
there is no proof of that whatsoever.
I will post the pictures on Twitter.
Yeah, I think it was posted after I called it, to be honest. But you
can't prove that. Oh, but why is it lethal tempo, Kate? That's an interesting decision, because the thing about Caitlyn is that you don't want to go for those sort of continuous autos. You just sort of do one shot here, one shot there. You take pot shots, but this is how Lucian works.
Yeah. Using that that little bit of a mana as the electrocute comes through from a Nox, but the aggression from Broheim.
Okay, as the Grump is secured by Velinavea, but gets spotted out by Broheim. Broheim can now move across the map. I want to come into the mid lane here.
Yeah, we'll look for some damage here onto Shambles. And as you mentioned, there is a great setup. Out comes the spear. Here comes the damage. The pounds of Broheimer. First blood for Lionscreed.
And that's why you want the cleanse. And yeah, Broheim already making moves happen on the map, even only at level 2. Action not going to occur in the bottom lane now. Broheim is able to clear out those chickens as well, so he's managing to take an awful lot. Pretty low.
Heal from Mafaba, as that's the Dark Binding that's landing, but in the brush, and Mafaba does not want to step up, and things are looking spicy to say the least.
Yeah, nobody's got the cooldowns there, but what's going on in the jungle? Because Broheim was on the chickens, and he got the chickens, and now he's on the red? And
He
see how
wants
this
a
one
red
pans
buff,
out.
Doctor. Oh, the TP onto the trap. Here we go, looking for the damage. The smite secures, and now Nox will be looking for some damage. But of course, those Qs do bonus damage to isolated targets. Now, Endorser's on the way, but the 3 members of Lionscreed are slightly trapped. Nox goes over the wall, but he dies. Shambles takes the kills, and the Lionscreed are the ones who are looking like a complete shambles. Nazgul turns towards Endorser. Surely he has the damage. The Conqueror is going to get proc. Endorser finding a lot of damage, sidestepping so many layways, but it's a 1-for-1. Broheim now on the run, could try to turn this onto Veli, but it's a 1v2. He can't sidestep forever, and it will be Veli who finds the kill. This game absolutely exploding with life, Doctor.
Like I said, it's going to be a snowball when you have these setups, and you can see the idea coming through from Broheim that he really wants to punish Velinavea early, but you're a level 3 Nidalee. You don't do the red buff that fast, especially when you know he's already clearing up towards you. I think taking the chickens is a great idea. Really get the snowball going, but after that, it gets a little bit greedy, and now this time, Velia is the one that's going to be punishing. We'll be taking away his blue buff there. That's how this matchup is going to go. These are two really high-tempo junglers that just want to farm, and so whenever they're given an opportunity to take their opponent's camps, that's going to make an even bigger gap between the two of them.
Yeah, and that is absolutely crazy. It's almost like Broheim got a memo right. I'm playing into a cast aggressive steal stuff, but someone didn't tell him that he's not playing Lee Sin or Rek'Sai.
I think Nidalee is one of the better choices, but yeah, just on the red alone, you're going to struggle. The Shambles brought pretty low, but Velia is full on everything, so he's happy to just get some harass down here.
Yeah, Broheim wants to go in, but he needs to find some damage. Nox able to sidestep one layways, but out comes a wall of pain. Scatter of the Weak finds his mark, but there's the hook shot. Nazgul finds the kill, and that's the 4th kill of the game, already going to split Raiders.
And getting that early vision control down that river, really paying dividends there for split Raiders, as Nazgul was able to move on down and get an advantage for his lane as well. Shambles solo on mana, so should probably want to go ahead and recall after this, and it'll be interesting to see what he's coming back to lane with.
Doctor, I thought mana doesn't matter if you're a Lucian against the Syndra. You know, what happened to all of that?
Can't tell if you're being serious or not, man.
I can't tell either.
I would just push the wave with solely autos, not enough mana to use for dash to dodge anything. Hey, look, it's not that important when it's not
Right.
important. He spends 100, you spend 20, but you still need the 20.
Right, okay.
Still nice,
So mental note, Lucian doesn't need the mana to trade, but needs it to clear the way.
pretty much. Obviously, you trade
Okay.
better with it, but it's more the fact that you can get an efficient trade without spending all of it, whereas she sort of has to spend a lot more. It's worth noting.
Now-
But he's now come back to lane with actually the Vamp Scepter, and I would have expected Morrigan to just a Hex Drinker rush as fast as possible. But again, Broheim steals away another camp, and Velia will know he's there, obviously, sees the camp running back, so bottom lane should know where the Nidalee is. However, I think the Lionscreed aren't 100% certain on Carth's whereabouts, but that is a way of pushing forwards for Lionscreed, so Split Raider's not really looking to engage into it anytime soon.
Yeah, and speaking of that bot lane, it's a very quiet, it's a very peaceful affair in the bottom lane. Nothing's happening there at all. They just look up, they press tab on their map and see that loads of kills are happening elsewhere, but they're just not involved in anything. And as an Ashen Kate, that must be quite devastating.
Yeah, they're vibing, but we'll see. They are level 5 on Mafab and Buzzy, so wait for the 6. Shambles now using
No
all
mana
his
again.
mana on that trade, yeah. We'll have enough for the E, but again, it's... The important part about this is that when she's spending 100, you're only spending 20.
True.
As it stands right now, Shambles is spending 100, and Nox is spending none. Nox is just sort of taking it, but...
Which, it kind of has to do is in the top lane, Nazgul and Endorser just slapping each other up a bit. Level 6 has been secured by the solo laners. Veli will be getting his level 6 soon, and that Requiem could completely change the way this game is going. Or I say change the way it's going. Split Raiders are currently ahead, so it could snowball the game further, I should say.
Oh yeah, well, a lot of people are grouping up and around mid lane here, and Shambles realistically with the Ignite just needs enough to sort of dash and maybe get a Q off as well. All of that, combined with proper passive usage of PTA and a Requiem on top, should be enough for a kill.
Yeah, and Shambles are looking for some damage. Of course, the culling is available. Don't know if he quite has enough mana for it, but he will just get a good trade-off onto Nox. There's Bonakai looking around.
See, this is a very dangerous time for Nox in the mid lane. You know, no defensive item picked up. He's playing very, very far back. Doesn't know where the Rakan is. And again, Shambles, what he has to do is just sort of dash in, proc the PTA, proc the passive, throw an Ignite, and it's not a lot Nox can do. However, Nidalee is in the area, and there's no vision for Shambles. Ooh, very nice timing on the ward. It won't spot out Broheim, but Shambles will himself. And one time, she won't get those chickens.
No. Chickens are this time for Veli, and he'll say thank you for that. Nazgul, very nice sidestep on the spear. Now steps up forward looking for some damage, but he decides against going full in. The javelin toss actually finds the mark onto Nazgul on the way out, and now Endorser looking to rotate down. Out comes the Hextech ultimatum. It is an ultimatum. Fear beyond death finds the kill. Broheim will not die from the Requiem. It will be a Dark Harvest stack going over onto Veli. But it is a kill going the way of Lionscreed. As actually in the mid lane, Shambles found a kill onto Nox there.
Not 100% sure what happened there, but Electric God was also brought very low. Ultimates from both ADCs and summoners across the board. Now Buzzy is level 6 and he has the flash available as well, so he might want to look for something further in the bottom lane. But Bonakai, pretty high on health, should dissuade that one. Yep, Shambles walks in, used all his mana, and then drops an Ignite with the PTA as well. And yeah, like I said, with that Ignite threat, it's absolutely huge. Doesn't even need the Carthus on top of that. And then from here, Nazgul, you see, he gets it so close, almost getting the kill. And I think that is a borderline max range ult from the Urgot as well, you know. Could have been dodgeable there, as some plates are knocked down in that bottom lane. And now we see Shambles starting to build up some of that magic resist. Looks like he might be going for Merc. If he gets Merc Treads and the Hex Drinker, he's going to be having a really good time. He might actually just skip the Hex Drinker and get just a QSS as well, I think. There's some really good options for Shambles here. You know, when you're playing a ranged AD champion this, and you don't have to sort of build crit for the late game like Electric God, you have so many options.
Speaking of Electric God, a bit of poke coming here from the side of Lionscreed. Of course, level 6 has been obtained by both supports. It's just so difficult for Bonakai to really find anything against the black shield of Buzzy's Morganas in the mid lane. Shambles looking aggressive. Out comes the culling, finds a kill. He says, Nazgul, get out of here. That's my kill.
Bonakai's looking.
Here we go. Grand entrance into quickness into the grand entrance as Veli makes his way down. Not going to be able to find any targets with the layways. Oh, but that's a dark binding. Finding it's a mark. Veli will be forced to flash, but no, he doesn't even burn it. And Broheim picks up the kill now, and also looking for potentially more here. Looking towards Bonakai, but the grand exit will get Bonakai out to safety.
Nazgul has teleport. He has the ultimate as well, but he's just dive mid.
Oh, the dive mid coming through the stopwatch will get burnt, but they might go right back in. Oh, Scatter of the Weak lands into the Unleashed of Power. And that is another killer going the way of Lionscreed, and a very closely contested match as a grand exit from Bonakai. First turret of the game gets secured for the side of Lionscreed.
Yeah, and very greedy from Nazgul there to attempt that dive, but Nox is able to stall that one out. Nazgul taking one extra tower hit. And now Shambles in a bit of a shambles himself.
He is in a shambles, but the Fear Beyond Death, actually, it did land, pardon me for the voice crack, and that's another kill going the way of Lionscreed. I was sure that Fear Beyond Death hadn't landed.
Yeah, I thought
that was
really
a max
wide.
range.
Yeah, that was a little something there, but yeah, they weren't able to get too much mid, you know, stuck around for an extra plate, and whilst that's happening, the Rift Herald has been deployed in bot lane, takes down that tower, because we can see that Velia is having a priority on taking out these epic monsters. It's something that Broheim isn't doing too much, and Carthus will do very quickly, but both these junglers are very strong. It's just Broheim has managed to get a few more kills for himself, and I kind of wish that this had been a Dark Harvest midly, just because of how much of a fiesta the early sort of stages were. It wasn't even that much of a fiesta, but just how many early fights there were, you really could have seen that one snowballing and getting going As it stands, he doesn't, and Velia does, so keep your eyes on how that one ramps up over the course of the game. But now we have a dragon spawning in 40 seconds, so we should expect to see the junglers moving down towards that one, and Velia is instead blind invading with no wards, no pressure mid, no pressure top. But it works, I guess, so, you know,
Yeah,
guess those wolves.
Yeah, if it works, then there is no issue. And as you
Well, there isn't. But...
Now, Shambles just pushing forward. Mafab is close by and could look for that scatter of the week. As you mentioned, potentially the QSS might have been a good pickup for Shambles, but he's instead decided to go for the Hexdrinker for now, which isn't the worst shout, but
options.
I think the QSS might have just been better because it's not the magic damage that's the issue. It's more of the fact that he's just getting CC down, which is giving Lionscreed the chance to fully collapse on him.
Yeah, it's the thing is that most of the times that Shambles is dying is because he's a little bit too far up, which obviously there's Lucian in these matchups. You really have to be using your dash aggressive. But as long as he is able to evade the stuns of Nox, which he's doing a pretty good job of, it's just the ult burst he has to worry about. But as it stands right, nice control in the river, and Lionscreed are able to secure that Drake. Now, Electric God a little bit up and alone. We'll see, Nox will be doing this one pretty blind, but we'll find him.
Oh, he will spot out Electric God. Out comes the Unleashed Power. Scatter of the week will not find his mark. Electric God with the flash.
Yeah, you can see, just throw down the ult early. You're going to miss out on maybe a ball of damage, but it makes it a lot easier to hit the stun. However, Electric God going to flash away from that one. Now, Nazgul will see Enforcer coming down to collapse on him, but doesn't know where the rest of the team are, so we get a nice cheeky slide out of that one. Meanwhile, Velia is just farming up a storm in the jungle, but plates are being taken elsewhere.
Yeah, they are indeed. And Nazgul is going to have to go on the run. Should be able to hook shot out of the Baron pit, as he does take a javelin tosser to the face. And Lionscreed, they're starting to look a little bit aggressive around this mid lane here, and also just picking up some turret plates in at the top aside. But of course, it is Lionscreed who do have that one turret to none, and do have that extra pressure on the wreck. But take a look at Shambles coming in from behind, looking for the damage onto Buzzy. Out comes the culling. So much damage, but it's not going to be enough. Now the Requiem. Broheim, will he get taken down? No, the heal comes in time. So much damage onto Buzzy, but he just survives by the skin of his teeth. It's a win for Split Raiders nonetheless, and now they can look for some damage onto the mid lane outer turret. There aren't any other objectives on the map for them to look for.
Even without getting the kills, they're able to force Lionscreed back enough that they can now move on to these objectives. As you say, they're going to take down this tower and now probably move up towards that Rift Herald spawning in about 40 seconds or so. Could be the next focus. Meanwhile, Endorser vibing up in the top lane, should be able to get some control of the area, try and get some wards down for that. But instead, actually, it looks like Split Raiders are... I was going to say go bot, but actually they're just going to sort of run in circles around the Scuttle Crab. Shambles has gone bot, which is fine. He's matching up against Nox. Should have a really good time in that matchup right now, but can't say the same for Bonakai and Electric. Of course, no teleport on Shambles means he won't be able to come and contest this Herald as Nazgul.
Oh, Nazgul gets taken down. Broheim picking up the kill with the red buff burn. And this is going to be a turret going the way of Lionscreed, their second of the game.
Yeah, they'll be able to pick that one up, and Shambles wasn't able to pressure too much bot. He has now finished off that Blade of the Rune King, though, which is a really important item on Lucian. It really helps you stick to people and run them down just a little bit more. Honestly, I would like to see him upgrade the refillable pot to a corrupting pot really early on, just for the mana. Of course, like I said, don't need it, but it's nice. There's a lot of time. You are limited when you run out of mana. It's just getting to the point where you run out. That is the sort of issue, but we'll see how this play pans out. It's just Nazgul jumped in. Into the tanky Urgot, and Broheim was there to follow up. You hate to see it, but Nazgul has now at least finished that Ravenous Hydra, so should be able to match that pushing power of Endorser and stay pretty healthy whilst doing it.
Yeah, 7 kills to 6 at the moment, almost a 2k gold advantage for Lionscreed, but this game is not done just yet as Bonakai walks right into an Urgot, and he says, right, I'm out of here. Grand exit to safety as Shambles. He's just sitting in the side lane, just looking to see it, just looking to try to establish some map pressure for the side of Split Raiders.
Yeah, if Nox ever steps up too far here, it is very dangerous. Could go down. This could be too far up, to be honest. Shambles has both Summoners, Blade of the Rune King, and the ultimate available. If Nox walks past that wall, past that corner, goes up to Q this wave, maybe, should be pretty dead.
Here we go, the dash support. There comes the output of damage, but that's a great scatter of the week. It cancels it, but the Requiem comes in. Is it a trade of kills? No, not quite. Good sidestep of the Javelin Toss, and Bonakai is here to keep a Shambles nice and safe. 1 kill for nothing. Look at the damage onto Buzzy. That is absolutely nutty, that isolated damage from the layway.
But they were able to pick up that kill onto the Syndra. Meanwhile, though, so many people came down that actually the mid lane tower is going to go down to Mafab.
Oh,
It goes down to the caster creep, actually, which is
There we
fine.
go.
But the thing is that Shambles should have been able to get that kill by himself pretty safely. But sort of the way that he dashed in means that it's not up to dodge out for stun. And crucially, he ults as the stun comes out. So the ult is immediately cancelled. He only fires like 1 shot from it. And from there on, you need Velia and Bonakai. And they're losing the flash as well, which isn't great, but they do get
And
the
he used
kill.
the Ignite.
Yeah, the Ignite was always going to be necessary. That one's like, wasn't overkill, but you're right, it does take away from his potential right now. However, he has got a kill. We'll see what he buys. Probably just going to be the Merc Treads, one would assume, because really just as much magic resist as you can get is going to be nice on this Lucian. You are not the target as far as Ashe and Urgot are concerned right now.
Yep.
So you just want to keep yourself alive whilst you're in that side lane versus Syndra, and when you're worried of Buzzy or Broheim collapsing on you again. He has the options as far as itemization comes. However, Herald has been deployed in mid lane, and this will give the inside track over to Lionscreed, who have again set up this river vision really nicely to secure themselves another dragon.
And an Infernal Drake is exactly what they want as well. Every single member from Lionscreed can use that Infernal Well absolutely beautifully, and they'll be looking to stack a grand total of 3 Infernals to get that soul.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with those. Of course, the Inferno itself doesn't actually give too much. God, I think it gives, that's sort of average mid game. It would give. Oh, Electric God forced to blow the cleanse there. Bonakai
goes in with a quickness into the grand entrance. Won't be enough damage. Mafab is going to survive, but Veli does have that Requiem up in a few seconds at a time. No one quite looking for a kill to come through, though.
Nazgul might want to change that when he sees all 4 members on the map. Could look for the solo. However, Endorser is roaming up towards the mid lane potentially. Could be looking for an ultimate there. And you can tell both top laners are looking for this fight. I think Endorser might just have it if they take it. However, Nazgul can dodge out with the Hextech Ultimatum. So keep that in mind. So you do have the Requiem available as well, of course. But looks like Endorser is going to play this one a little bit safer. And I think that Velia probably just doesn't want to ult just because you can. Doesn't mean you should. Of course, Jeff Goldblum can tell you. So he's sitting on the two rods. Wants to go ahead, just buy the death cap before ulting instead.
Also, I have just received news from our in-house mathematician, Mr. Kachka, that Lionscreed are locked into playoffs. So Core Dynamic and Glorious Gaming will not be making playoffs. So all of the teams going into playoffs are now confirmed. The only thing that's left to determine is the order that they enter it into.
Of course, we do still have seeding on the table in this match. Shambles, not quite in a shambles this time. Walking up on Nox with Broheim nearby. And this has... Oh my god.
Goodbye, Veli.
Alright. See, this is a... Okay, it doesn't happen this time, but it is important to note that when you have, Electric God with that headshot, sorry, with the ace in the hole and Velia with the Requiem as well, just because someone is on 3/4 health after a fight does not make them safe.
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Oh, he's got a Mikhail. Oh,
genius.
Good idea. That is a smart move.
Or Scatter of the Week actually finds his mark onto Bonakai, but the grand exit comes through. It doesn't matter though, because the Lionscreed will continue pushing forward. 8 kill C7 and a 3k goal lead. Here comes Broheim in the bottom lane. And actually, no, he's just going to look to take a Gromp, and then maybe he could look towards Endorser. Hextech Ultimatum is available.
Requiem as well with the death cap. Nazgul turns it back around.
We've seen him do that once before, and it turned out pretty devastatingly for him when he decided to hook shot back in.
Yeah, at this point, Nazgul's probably just waiting to get the Triforce under his belt. That's when you're really going to start dealing out damage, because it doesn't matter how much armor the Endorser has built. So just waiting for that one. But again, he's built a lot of armor, and you do have the Requiem on your side. What comes off of the Requiem, if it's just getting you 1 kill, you don't really want to use it because it's such an important cooldown.
Now, something I do want to bring up, Doctor, because we're getting towards that stage of scaling. Who does kind of outscale here? Because sure, you've got Veli on a Karthus, which scales absolutely insanely well. But then again, you've got a Syndra versus Illusion in favor of Lionscreed.
So obviously the Syndra is really nice when it comes to scaling, when you get those 6 items and you just one-bang people. But you've got a comp that is so heavily incentivizing people to be building things like Mercs, QSSs, and Hex Drinkers, none of which we've, well, yeah, a few of which we've seen, but not as many as I see. You know, it looks like some Zerks might be being picked up by Shambles, but you compare that up against the Karthus, who's the A, just scales a little bit better, and B, is the only AP threat on his team. On top of that, Karthus isn't actually behind right now. You know, he's not 1 and 5. He's got a couple kills, very well to do in the CS and XP front. The Shambles isn't actually spotted out by Nox. He should be able to find a kill.
Yeah, and now Nox taking a lot of damage, flash forward, and that's going to be the kill. The Unleashed Power not going to do anything. Also, apparently need to apologize. Black Lions can still fall out of the playoff spot, so it's just Lionscreed that have confirmed their spot as, oh, that Javelin Toss almost snipes Nazgul there. Sorry,
Yeah,
was that Javelin Toss or Enchanted
but...
Crystal?
yeah.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
That was the arrow.
Yeah.
I see
In
it.
that case, very good that he dodged out on
Yeah.
that one.
Well, important to note that sort of once again, Shambles didn't really need to use the flash there. It's just some slight misplay on the positioning of the ult means that he does, and that could be very important. But he's still pushing in the top lane. He didn't get the kill and come down to Drake. Nox has teleport. He doesn't have the ult, but still potential to make it into a 5v4. And yet again, Lionscreed have control of the river. They've set this up really nicely. They can threaten that anyone ever walks through those chokes, they're getting hit by a binding and an Urgot ult. You know, this is a very hard team to walk into, especially when you don't really have a front line. So someone you need to sort of flank, you need to get around. So even though Shambles made that pick in the top half of the map, it didn't really matter because he stays up there and it's still a 44. He might now look for another as he does have Ignite. With only enough mana for 1 rotation, it might not be enough. Now, the Baron is on the table, and you have to wonder, is it going to be the same situation again, where Lionscreed just sets up the river control, and Split Raiders are forced to just hand it over? I mean, at least this time, they're on the red side, so it's a little bit easier to steal, because you can sort of get in over the back of the pit. You don't have to walk through the river, but there's been such good objective control from Lionscreed. This game, I don't see that changing now that it's Baron instead of Dragon.
Yeah, and that's 2 Infernals going in the way of Lionscreed. If Split Raiders had a couple of Infernals, so much more damage would be coming through from Veli and Shambles. And again, you know, Electric God going with that lethal tempo over something like Fleet Footwork just doesn't make that much sense to me. But, well, nothing you can do about it now. 2k goal lead for the side of Lionscreed as Endorse and Nazgul sitting in these side lanes, just trading and trading and trading.
Well, Nazgul has the Triforce now, and she's
he
actually
went in
looking
with
for
a
a fight
Hexic
in the bot.
Ultimatum as well.
Oh no,
No.
that was a bad idea.
Yeah.
You need to save the
Nazgul.
ultimate. You have to use the Hextech Ultimatum
Yep.
to dodge out the Urgot ult. If you're worried about damage, it's fine. You have Veli and Avella, but at this point, you have Sustain. You both have Conqueror, but
I think this is Baron going to Lionscreed as well. They have to try to match Endorser right now. Baron's already down to 10,000 HP. 1 turret has fallen in the bottom lane already. And Endorser, I don't think is done yet. Yes, he is. He's going to TP in. They will look towards the Shambles to find that damage. The chase comes through. There's the Righteous Glory. The quickness comes in. Will find some damage. Endorser able to dash out. But here comes the Requiem. Stopwatch does not end in time. And the Buzzy might actually kill. Buzzy almost dies, will just about survive. Endorser falls, and it's a 1-for-1 in the grand scheme of things. And now Split Raiders say thank you for the leash onto Baron. It's our turn, but Lionscreed aren't going to fall over just yet. Nox has the TP, can TP in, a lot of damage coming through. Oh, but Nazgul finds the kill onto Buzzy. He's going to get focused down, and Mafab looks for the kill. Bonekai, Nazgul so low, but Veli finds the kill onto Mafab. That's another one for Nox, and now they turn their attentions to Broheim. Can they land the scatter of the week? No, they can't. It's Electric God who's on the chase, and never mind me.
not quite able to find the final kill, but, you know, get 4 of them. That's good enough. They're able to defend out the Baron because you see that Endorser has built nothing but armor, so when he goes in for that flank, he gets absolutely eviscerated by the Karthus, going down so fast, and because people are tanking the Baron up, it's real easy for Electric God to then start forcing people off, and that's sort of, we see a little bit there, the combo of having the Ace in the Hole and the Requiem becomes such a massive threat when people get anywhere sort of below half health, and because that, yeah, and as I was saying earlier, because they're on the red side, they're able to defend that Baron a little bit. But here we see Nazgul uses the ultimate to dodge out the knock up, and then just sort of just dies. The thing about Urgot is you just have to pay attention to his passive. It seemed that there's a lot of those sort of knee shots coming through, real nice positioning there from the Urgot, and that scared Nazgul a lot. But you sort of remember, once that knee has fired, it has a cooldown. So if you keep fighting him on the same side, you're not going to be hit by that again. But now we see Endorser's really running in, and you can see 429 damage on each Cuffer's Q, and those things are coming out, 2 every second. So not damage that Endorser is used to seeing. And then the huge threat of this Requiem does force out 2 Zhonyas, which just buys a little bit of extra time again. And then Nazgul can teleport in, the area has been secured.
Yeah, and then round number 2, and in goes Nazgul, absolutely obliterates Buzzy, who didn't have any HP to start off with, and Mafab came so close to finding some kills, but no cigar coming in as Veli also falls. Now, of course, we're in 2020 and there is a massive hot topic, and that is, of course, is Morellonomicon a good item? As actually, we'll have to hold that thought as Endorser gets blown right back into the waiting arms of Split Raiders. But Bonakai, oh, the Fear Beyond Death lands. That's the kill going over Endorser's way, and with an Infernal Drake spawning and also the Infernal Soul, if Lionscreed pick that up, that is going to be absolutely massive. Endorser steps forward, but he's going to get a focus down. The Shambles finds the kill, and the Requiem Buzzy just about survives. Broheim survives. Out comes the ace in the hole. Will get stopped by the stopwatch, and Buzzy will fall. Now Nox gets absolutely melted. Shambles with another kill, and that is Split Raiders well and truly back into this game.
And they can get control of the objective just before it starts. You can see the Lionscreed doing a good job of setting everything up beforehand, but this time around Split Raiders are able to fight it back even through that setup, because the dangerous part of fighting these Drakes is once the setup has been occurred, as it's been achieved, you get the crystal arrow or the stun from Nox or something into a choke, and it's very dangerous to face check. But if you just rush in real fast before they can look for that, it can go very well. And we see there again the power of this Lucian, the way that he can just flex on Nox in that fight. So yeah, just dash in, slow him, just dodge forehead, and it works out. And they managed to again pick up kills. The threat power of the Requiem and the ace in the hole at these stages of the game is so massive that, again, everyone has to sort of assume that they're working with 70% less health than they have. And
the only AP for the side of Split Raiders is on Veli, but it's enough.
It's enough, yeah. I mean, Morellos versus Leandris. The takeaway is that Morellos is better if you're looking for burst. Leandris is better if you want to do damage over time. Well, who knew?
I was gonna go with Morello. Why aren't we seeing something more like avoid stuff, or just maybe another?
No one has any magic resist.
True.
Except for the Death Stance, which now gives tank stats, all right, on Endorser. And you can see he's getting a little bit more magic resist. But yeah, the Morellos and the Oblivion Orb just gives more pen when there is. What's going on here?
Going very aggressive, but he doesn't have anyone to support him. But here comes Nazgul in behind Hextech ultimatum onto Mafab. So much damage, they'll find the kill. This is a bigger for the side of Split Raiders, but Nazgul eventually gets taken down. It's a 2-for-1 as Broheim goes onto a rampage, and Split Raiders, that was slightly questionable there.
Yeah, that was quirky from Bonakai. Bonakai says, I'm not like the other supports. As he goes in without the most backup in the world. Of course, Camille can follow up on quite a lot, but again, it's a question of just because we can doesn't mean we should. But this doesn't seem to have dissuaded Split Raiders. We can see that Velia might be looking for a little bit of a flank here. And
can a Karthus flank though?
If he flashes
Wall of Fate, all the damage onto Buzzy. Requiem is available as out comes the culling. They're waiting to get the damage onto Endorser before they burn that Karthus ultimate. Endorser will go down to half HP. Oh, the crit is not enough, but the Requiem is available. Here it comes. The Zhonyas will buy time. Shambles on the way, decides against going in, and Veli will be a very, very sad skeleton man.
Not able to pick up that kill, but again, they get pressure on the map, and they can now try to get control up and around this top side. Push out the mid wave, push out the top wave, and set down the vision. Broheim trying to threaten Velia a little bit, but not too much they can do right now, as Shambles finally picks up the Mercs, by the way. But again, we see now control for the Split Raider side. They're trying to get some vision down, because they are still a dangerous team to face check. It's not quite, you know, Ashe, Syndra, Morgana, but they do still have the Rakan, and he does now have... It's still dangerous for Lionscreed to face check, but they have an Ashe, so face checking not exactly necessary, but the Baron is started.
Baron number 2, let's go. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Bonakai. Actually, no, it just about misses. Great sidestep as out comes the Culling, looking for some damage as Nazgul goes right onto Nox with the Hextech Ultimatum. The Redemption gets dropped. Nazgul is not inside the Redemption, so will not pick up the healing, but can look to go back in. Oh, in he goes, and he finds the kill. Bonakai gets taken down very low, but will survive. Veli finds the kill onto Buzzy, and also will fall. And this is all Split Raiders. They look towards Broheim. Mafab finds her too. That is absolutely nutty, but Mafab is now versus 3. He's gonna have to run for the hills, but I don't think he's gonna be able to survive. He's got members closing in from all areas as out comes the hook shot. Good night, Mafab, and that is the ace for Split Raiders.
We'll have to see what they turn that into, because the Baron is up, but there are 2 inhibs, but they could look to pressure. It looks like just the Baron will be the play for here. You think that maybe Velia could go for the inhib as well, but he doesn't push the towers too quickly. They want to do this Baron fast because they've got a dragon spawning in 40 seconds. And when that Drake is up again, it is threatening the soul for Lionscreed. So you really want to do this Baron as fast as possible and hit that speedy reset. It's going to take about 30 seconds. If they all just recall now and sprint straight down, they won't have much control of the area, but they will get there in time to contest the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, and Shambles has respawned, so he'll be making his way down. Mafab will be coming up a little bit later, so Split Raiders will have the advantage if they start the fight right away. Of course, Mafab has that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which can buy some time. All the ultimates are available for the side of Split Raiders, and they will secure the Scuttle Trap as well, and now look to begin onto the Infernal Drake that drops into the Rift now.
But LC don't have to fight. Nidalee is so good, has an execute. It's only amplified by her Q. Nice Requiem, just to zone it out.
Oh, look how low everyone is! Nazgul goes in, he finds 1, he finds 2, the Drake is secured, Nazgul is on the run, but it doesn't matter, the Culling comes out, that's another one, Buzzy goes golden, but Buzzy goes down, the triple, the quadra, is that the penta? No, the dirty ADC steals it again.
Oh, only the triple there for Nazgul, but I thought that's going to be a zoning Requiem, but 80% of the health bars taken out immediately. Too easy for Nazgul to clean up at this point. And now they move on in towards the base. They've taken the Infernal. They're taking an inhibitor. They might even look for Nexus Towers.
10 seconds for Broheim to come back up, and 5 members of Split Raiders just pushing forward. 1 Nexus turret down, now to number 2. Veli spamming on the casters. The Nexus will fall down. Split Raiders, they take the win against Lionscreed, and they go 2-0 on the day.
No, we said it was going to be exciting. We said it was going to be a snowball. That definitely was. Just back and forth all across the game. Non-stop action. That was a quality series, especially up there on that top half of the map.
Yeah, an absolute quality game. And here we go, the final replay. Let's just see how this unfolded.
So Broheim can steal this, right? There's not a threat. You don't have to fight because he executes. But then Nox just loses 80% of the health, and Nazgul sees it. Things Nazgul, I think, doesn't actually have vision there. Oh no, he put down the ward, so he would have seen that people were low just for the half second the ward was on. And that's all he needs. He says, yep, that's more than enough for me. Just throws himself in. 1 hit, doesn't even need the Q2 proc. And because he doesn't use that on the Nidalee, able to then drop that down to get the kill itself. So real nice there for Nazgul up on that Camille. And, he said Cassiopeia banned, Aurelia banned. I said pick a Triforce Bruiser like Jax. It's close enough. And Camille fits that description.
I mean, let's be fair, Nazgul hasn't popped up as much as he has done on the Aurelia or the Cassiopeia game, so probably still 2 great bans for the side of Lionscreed, but they just couldn't convert that advantage in the end, and absolutely fantastically played by the side of Split Raiders. But I think on that note, it's time for us to go into a short break, but we're going to be right back. CJ has, I believe, a Shambles for a quick interview, so stay tuned for that.
I stay good to you and don't come back falling if I'm a fool for you, and don't attack
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another post-game interview. Today, right now, we have Shambles from Split Raiders, who just came off a victory versus Lionscreed. A very hard-fought victory, I must say. And we were just speaking before we went live right now, and you're saying that everyone usually expects Nazgul to pop off, and you're not wrong. We've seen some big plays out of him, but you guys definitely had to prop him up a little bit this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody was expecting Nazgul to pop off, and he kind of did in the late game. I think he just had a kind of rusty early game. The jungler trolled him a little bit. I mean, about our jungler, I think, as you may have noticed, he either pops off or he is like the troll in the game. So I guess this game was one of his pop-offs. So he kind of tried to help Nazgul a little bit to get into his usual shape, and he popped off in the late game, and it paid off for us.
Absolutely. We have seen Velia's Karthus now do some pretty disgusting things in Square One, and I am excited to maybe see it again, hopefully. But if we turn attention to your champion pool, up until now, we've seen a lot of Vlad, occasionally some other things, and then suddenly the Z pick comes out versus Glorious Gaming, completely wrecks them. Then again versus Core Dynamic, and now the Lucian mid versus Lionscreed. So my question, I guess, is what's the reasoning behind this shift towards the aggressive AD mids as opposed to just Vlad every game?
About the first game against Glorious Gaming, it was a good counter pick versus them. So we had a decent team comp which that fits in nicely, and I had a counter pick. So that was the reasoning behind the Z pick the first game. The second game, to be honest, I was kind of sleepy because we're no lifers. We get up like in 2 p.m. So I don't even remember the game. I sucked pretty badly, I'm sure. The pick against I don't even remember who I fucking played against, but it wasn't really good. The matchup, I think. Oh yeah, it was Varus. I don't know. I fucking trolled Pepega, but the last
game just had a pop-off game. He had a great game.
Yeah. And the last game, the Lucian mid, we wanted to have a pick which we can flex. So Lucian was a nice pick, and it's a pretty good pick into Syndra. So yeah, I just demolished him.
Exactly, and you looked pretty good on it. So now that you guys have officially locked playoffs, I guess that's the first hurdle of the season achieved, and the question now becomes how high up that playoff seeding can you get? And in order to reach top two for that semi-final bye, you'll need to outplace at least Absolved and Sparks. NSG as well, potentially, that's still open to take that first place spot. And both Absolved and Sparks, they've been struggling a little bit in the recent weeks. Do you think that either of these teams are likely to challenge you for that second spot, or do you basically feel like you've already got their number?
I think that considering that we don't scream, we don't play together, and that's like we get once in a week we get matched for those games that we are performing pretty good. And if by any chance we could, I don't know, scream on place for tournaments or something, that we could perform pretty well and probably win the whole tournament.
Absolutely. Love to hear that confidence coming into this playoffs going into the last week. And I guess if that's the top teams, maybe turn our attention to some of the lower teams. You just played against Lionscreed, and then themselves and Blackline and Core Dynamic are still scrapping over those 5th and 6th place spots in the playoffs. Which of those three teams, which two of those three teams do you think is most likely to make it in?
I think I'm not really familiar with the placements on the table and that, but I'm actually only concerned about the first team. The others, I don't think they are too much of a threat to us. So, and I think if we would practice a little bit more, that no one of the other teams would even come close. But I mean, that's a little bit cocky, to be honest. But that's just my opinion.
I mean, you wouldn't be the first person. We've had Absolved players in here every time talking about how they're the best team in the league. So I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll get your opportunity to shut them up next week. Thanks for talking to me real quickly, Shambles. I have been CJ. This has been another post-game interview with Split Raiders, and that will be the last thing closing out the games today. We will, of course, be back same time tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central European time, with 4 more games of the SQ1 Championship. We'll be kicking off with Sarge and myself covering Sparks Esports versus Nuclear Storm Gaming. I hope to see you all there. Please have a great night, everybody.
Thanks. Cheers.
I've been thinking about the